Do you know what we're here for?
A fucking bitch.
A what now?
What you talking about?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I'm being repressed!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
That's too much, man!
Come on!
Phrasing?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Jesus, I say that.
Looks good. And he looks hard.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. Climate and everything are the same word.
Follow the rich white man.
What now?
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Wow, I think that's the first time that has gone off. Good to see everybody in here. Omega Star resubscribed for 3 months at Tier 1. They've been subscribed for 2 months already. Amazing. This is the first time that one went off, too. Princess Monocle just took Jeffy Bezos' money and gave it directly to StreamLord by resubscribing with Prime. Well done. Thank you. Well, good to see all you folks once again. It's that time. Time for the week-ending Galactic stream. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, as we've got literally, I think, 3 days worth of news to try and condense into one evening. I'm sure that will go perfectly fine, no problems whatsoever. Hopefully the mic sounds good to everybody today. I think I managed to solve all the problems that we were having last stream. Well, fingers crossed. Buckle up those seatbelts, folks. It's time for us to take a little journey through the unknown. Yeah, wow. 2 resubscriptions right at the beginning of the stream. We appreciate you all. Also, good to see everybody here who has already made it. People like Celia Marie, fresh out of the asylum, Bad Lefty, Noah, good for Gabby, E-Cat, Bob Carmody, My Dogs Are Goth. Good to see all of you. Alright. Mike sounds good, this is good. I'm glad. I am glad to hear that. Well, I suppose we ought to start in the same place as usual. The United States. However, because of the fact I basically took 2 days off in a row, I have a utterly massive list of shit to do. So we're gonna skip the assumed American gun violence.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
And get straight in to the election in the United States. Let's quickly, and I mean quickly, start with this tiny snippet of a CNN video. Why James Carville thinks the Democratic Party needs to pivot.
Guest James Carville wrote in the New York Times he doesn't think the dam, which held today, can hold forever. Quoting now, "Mark my words," Carville said, "Joe Biden is going to be out of the 2024 presidential race, whether he's ready to admit it or not." James Carville joins us along with CNN political commentator Jamal Sim.
Okay, that's literally all I wanted out of that video. The words of James Carville. I do think that that's a interesting point that he's making here. Now, is he correct about this? I don't know. He's made plenty of predictions that never turned out, but he believes that Joe Biden will be dropping out of the race, whether or not he has come to terms with it. James Carville looks like a beef jerky. That's true. That is just factually accurate. Like a very pale beef jerky, maybe like a turkey jerky, or trying to think of what else they'd make jerky out of. I think they make fish jerky too. Maybe like a cod jerky. James, go towards the light. Damn, harsh. But you are allowed to have your opinions. Deer jerky. Okay. I'll accept that. Alright, let's go to this here now. CBS News. And this is from a day ago. 11 congressional Democrats calling for Biden to drop out. And I think that list has actually gotten bigger since this story was posted.
Well, it is a critical day, really, for the future of the president's reelection effort. We are going to see President Joe Biden holding a news conference tonight.
And as you all likely know by now, this appearance comes as more close allies of Biden are pushing for him to drop out of the race and allow...
Now, as this was from yesterday, the conference, the news press, the press conference that that they are talking about right now is the one at the NATO summit, which happened yesterday as well.
Another candidate to step forward. So far, 10 House Democrats and 1 Senate Democrat have directly called on the president to exit the race.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer released a statement Wednesday night addressing the calls for Biden to step aside, saying, quote, "As I have made clear repeatedly, publicly and privately, I support President Biden and remain committed to ensuring Donald Trump is defeated in November."
Now, we have team coverage for you on this afternoon, and Nancy Cordes, as you see on the left, is standing by at the White House. But first, let's get to CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killing.
Okay. I don't really care about the discussion that they're about to have here. Just trying to go through what is happening right now in as broad strokes as possible. Just trying to, get these figures in our heads here. And one thing I don't have a video on, but I heard about happening was Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden having a frank discussion about Joe Biden behind closed doors, from what I understand, at least. Anyone else notice that Joe is turning orange? I think it was makeup. But I do know what you're talking about. Not sure if he's looking for the orange. Is he trying to get in on the orange vote? I feel like Trump has had that locked up for a while. Okay. Let's look at this statement from Jim Jeffries from a day ago as well. He came out and acknowledged concerns around Biden. And according to him, conversations are ongoing in the background, if you will.
All eyes on House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries right now, because he has been hearing from his Democratic caucus on the viability and the confidence of Joe Biden's campaign for re-election for the presidency. He's facing a tough candidate, Donald Trump. The polling is showing they are neck and neck. And we just had an opportunity to hear from Mr. Jeffries, and none other than CBS News congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane was in the room. Give us an idea of whether you felt confidence from Mr. Jeffries about Joe Biden's viability as a candidate.
Yeah, the House Democratic Caucus chair acknowledged there are concerns inside his party, among his colleagues, among his members about the president's viability for November. He made clear there are conversations ongoing about his viability going toward November. But the House leader also didn't lay out a specific plan as to what the party will try to do to unify, because there are clearly fractures here. There are some number of members who say the president is the nominee, he should have everybody's support, and that the page should be turned. But just before the House Democratic leader took the podium, a 10th House Democrat announced publicly and declared publicly she believes the president should simply withdraw.
So yeah, everybody's kind of running around in a sort of chicken without its head type of fashion. I feel like that's what the image that comes to mind with what's been happening with all this lately. I would like us to be able to really, I don't know, make a concerted effort at all of this rather than what feels kind of, I mean, there may be a lot more going on behind the scenes than from what we're seeing here, but I don't know. I just feel like we should be having more serious conversations about this rather than just kind of saying, it's fine. All right, this, you probably heard about a lot of this, and some of this is like, from the last 2 days. I meant to do a show yesterday, many of you may recall, We tried to do a stream and shit went awry. But this is from Reuters from a day ago, where Pelosi and George Clooney both raised fresh doubts over Biden's candidacy. Oh God. What just happened? Whoa. Weird. Sorry. My mouse just like some real weird shit just now. There we go. Okay. Oh, by the way, you may have noticed, perhaps not, but I will...
Democratic U.S. President...
Hold. Please hold. Thank you. You may have noticed, you have two support characters here. You have a Gary and a Cisco. There were pleas for rollover support characters from last stream, and I saw those requests, and I think that's a fair ask, so I already rolled for you pre-stream, got them going. It looks like we have at least 10 likes right now, so you're gonna get a third. What's that? A 3. Who's 3? Can't even remember who 3 is right now. Okay, Captain Planet. Captain Planet in the mix. Blam. Looney Tunes sent you. Well, thank you for showing up, Groove Dragon. Another dragon in the mix. We have a great deal of different dragons that hang out in chat from time to time. All right. Yes. This.
Democratic U.S. President Joe Biden faced fresh doubts on Wednesday about his re-election chances, including from two high-profile members of the party, Nancy Pelosi and major donor George Clooney. The former House Speaker, who is a longtime Biden ally, told MSNBC he must decide quickly whether to stay in the 2024 race, while declining to say definitively that she wanted him to run. Hollywood star Clooney, who co-hosted a fundraiser for Biden last month, withdrew his support with a damning opinion piece in the New York Times, saying that Biden was not the same man he was in 2020. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, House Democratic leader...
Now, I'm just going to point out, in case anybody's wondering to themselves anything like this, no, I'm not a big fan of Nancy Pelosi, and I don't think... like George Clooney's political opinions are important aside from the fact that he is a big fundraiser, right? And in the context of a political election, right, in this, it becomes important, right, because of his ability to help fundraise. And same thing goes for Pelosi, right? Like, do I like entrenched, like, the Democratic leadership in almost every single case? No. Only person that I can think that's been in office for like decades and decades that I would like to stay there as long as possible is like somebody like a Bernie Sanders. It's the first one that comes to mind. But yeah, just once again, just trying to lay the field out in front of us of what we're up against in terms of how many, like, where the, less what we're up against, but more where the temperature is with everything. Ocean's 15. Yeah, exactly. Dude took time away from planning heists to throw Biden some massive fundraiser, and then he's turning around and saying, you know what? New heist. Okay. Let's see here. Here's something from around the same time, slightly before it. This is on the exact same, like, wave of what we're talking about, right? It's in the same sort of, like vicinity, right? CBS Chicago from 2 days ago. Fundraiser for President Biden in Chicago canceled amid calls for him to exit race.
First to that breaking news, new concerns for President Joe Biden. CNN is reporting that a big money fundraiser scheduled for Chicago next month will not take place.
Let's get to our Charlie DeMar. He's live in the loop with more on this. Charlie?
And Jim and Marie, good afternoon. Some of the richest were set to open up their wallets to support President Joe Biden and his quest for re-election and another 4 years in office. But sources telling CNN that a fundraising lunch for wealthy Chicago Dems is off. The would-be host pulled the plug as Biden campaign questions continue to swirl. Now, the fundraiser would have coincided with the Democratic National Convention in mid-August. That, of course, is being held at the United Center. Governor Pritzker, a wealthy Democrat himself, talked about the cancellation at an unrelated event just a short time ago.
I think everything's fluid right now, and I honestly think that the president's doing a fine job of raising money. You've seen all the money that they've raised online for the Biden-Harris campaign. I know of fundraisers that are going on.
So yeah, this is not great, right? If you want to talk about this, right? Because, you know, for a while, right, Joe Biden was out fundraising Donald Trump quite well, aside from around the time of the verdict on the hush money trial. But this is going to affect things for sure. And the fact is that Joe Biden doesn't have like massive grassroots support like I don't know, like Bernie Sanders did in like a 2016 where he was getting all of his donations from small dollar donors. That's not the case with Joe Biden as much. And yeah, he's taking a lot of PAC money, things like that. And if fundraisers start getting canceled, things like this start, you know, going on. You have people like George Clooney withdrawing his support publicly from him. I mean, it's not nothing. That's all I'm saying. And we got, like I've been saying now for the last week, more than that, I think. How long has it been now? Jesus Christ. Has it been a full week now? What's today? Has it been longer than that? I feel like it's almost been, has it been 2 weeks now? My God, my brain just broke. I gotta look it up. How many weeks has it been? This is the 27th. It has. It's been 2 full weeks now. I've been saying it for like 2 weeks straight. Oh my God. There's a void that was created by his bad performance that we needed to address immediately, that we have a very limited amount of time to deal with, because once the, what do you call it? Once the delegation happens, it's over, right? There's no more talking about it, or at least in terms of talking about a change, right? Like that is genuinely the cutoff, and we have to have an actual legitimate sort of plan, right? There's been different suggestions. We heard Zogby come on to Democracy Now, like I think it was like Saturday after, something like that, and he had said we should do a mini primary, and honestly I don't see why we don't try that, right? Now it's complicated in slightly, but not really, in terms of Biden being able to release a lot of the funds that he's received. And I'm just saying, it would be nice to have some, an actual primary, not like the one that we had earlier, where it was just assumed, right? There was no real contenders aside from people who had historically never, what's it called? Like held office, right? People like Cenk Uygur. The fact is uncommitted won over 10% of the vote in total, I believe. I didn't actually add them all up and do the math. I should have. But I did it in my head, and it was very close. At least in any of the states where they allowed uncommitted votes in the primary, there was a great deal of uncommitted votes. Which to me, says a lot. And granted, a lot of that was about, it was almost entirely about Gaza, if I'm not mistaken, and his funding of Israel. But I don't think that really takes away from it, right? Okay. You're really sick of living through unprecedented times? At least it keeps things interesting. Think of it that way. All right, let's go to this. BBC News from 14 hours ago. Joe Biden says Kamala Harris is qualified to take over as president if needed. This is quite a shift to him even mentioning that.
Hello and welcome to BBC News with me, Luquessa Burak. Start in the US, where President Joe Biden has said that he is in good health and the best candidate to beat Donald Trump, despite occasional mistakes in an almost hour-long press conference. President Biden was speaking at the end of the NATO summit in Washington, which saw countries agree tens of billions of dollars in aid for Ukraine, accused China of enabling Russia's war, and pledge an irreversible path to Ukraine's membership of the alliance. But the focus was on Mr. Biden's performance, with continued questions over his age and his ability to stand for re-election in November. He told reporters he was there to finish the job.
I'm determined on running, but I think it's important that I allay fears by let them see me out there. Let me see them out, for the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway. And so what I'm doing is, and I've been doing, I think we've done over 20 major events.
But there were gaffes, including this moment when he referred to his Vice President, Kamala Harris, as Vice President Trump.
What concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again.
He's not... I think this is honestly hubris, right? Biden didn't beat Trump in the way that he's thinking of it in his head. He won the presidency, right? But what really... if they had put anti-Trump on the ballot, it would have won, right? In 2020, the vote was decidedly anti-Trump. It was not about Joe Biden and his potential as a president or any of his policies, right? It wasn't because he had some huge fucking support. It was because the idea of getting Donald Trump out of office had huge support, right? And that's it. And he's trying to ride this into what seems to me to be the abyss.
And earlier in the evening, there were...
Okay, we're not going to listen to this whole thing. I just wanted us to catch that part of it. As I think it's the first time that he's even actually talked about Kamala Harris being able to take over as president, at least in the context of everything since this debate. I think he's essentially just ignored any and all questions or suggestions about that. All right, let's see here. Yeah, let's finish this up. Quickly listen to a couple of pieces of this from Democracy Now! From 9 hours ago. Will Biden go? Roundtable discussion with David Dayen, Medea Benjamin, Bill Fletcher Jr. might just figure that out. You have 21 likes? Okay, please hold. 22 likes?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the world watched Thursday evening, President Biden held his first solo news conference this year after hosting a NATO summit in Washington, D.C., in which he accidentally referred to the Ukrainian President Zelensky as Russian President Putin before quickly correcting himself.
Russia will not prevail in this war. Ukraine will prevail in this war, and we'll stand with them every single step of the way. That's what the compact says, loudly and clearly. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President.
Hold on. I can't remember. I think they like lay this up with a bunch of footage at the beginning. We don't need to see all this. And we're also going to be looking at some of this later anyway. Because it was technically at the NATO summit, so we might listen to part of that speech later. Just saying. Yes, here it is. So hot right now. So true, Omega Star. So true. Thank you for spending your hard-earned channel points, aka space money, the stuff that you get by watching the stream, on keeping me hydrated. It's very thoughtful. Okay.
American democracy. But that Biden quote does not seem to understand that he's now the problem and that the best hope for Democrats to retain the White House is for him to step aside, the Times wrote. In a minute, we'll talk more about NATO, Ukraine, and Gaza. But we're going to begin with a roundtable of three guests to discuss the calls for Biden to drop out or stay in the race. In Washington, D.C., Medea Benjamin is with us. She's co-founder of Code Pink, co-author of the books NATO, What You Need to Know, and War in Ukraine, Making Sense of a Senseless Conflict. Joining us from Maryland is Bill Fletcher.
Hold on. I just... I have to pee. Here, I'll give you music to listen to while I am momentarily away. Okay, I'm back. What were we doing? Ah, yes, watching this Democracy Now! Discussion. Whoops, that's not how you do that.
I'm labor, racial justice, international activist who's on the editorial board of The Nation, co-founder of the Ukrainian Solidarity Network. And in Los Angeles, we're joined by David Dayen, executive editor of the American Prospect, who's been following all of this closely, has a recent piece headlined, "Why the Bid to Push Out Biden is Losing." David, let's begin with you in California. What was your assessment? I mean, we played some of the gaffes of President Biden. They were early on, actually, before he got into a lot of substance, though his voice faltered and was hoarse and raspy. He spent an hour talking about foreign policy. But that beginning where he was talking about Kamala Harris and why couldn't she be president, or could she be president, and the whole issue of passing the torch to the next generation, as President Biden had said when he was running last time that he simply saw himself as a bridge to the next generation. Take it all on, David.
Exactly.
Well, I don't go in for theater criticism a whole lot, so I don't know that I'm super interested in addressing this, the theatrics of the whole thing. I think people were looking for a sign out of this that maybe was unreasonable. People are looking for him to either fall off the podium or recite the Gettysburg Address from memory. And neither of those things happened. There was no clear kind of signal of the problem is that when you lose faith with not just the American people, but the Democratic Party.
Not to cut off Dayen here, but I would have taken the Gettysburg Address over any of the answers that he gave.
Signal of the problem is that when you lose faith with not just the American people, but the Democratic Party, it's hard to restore that. I mean, the guy is not going to age backwards. People saw what they saw in the debate, and I don't know that there's a good way to unsee that. I don't care how many appearances publicly that he does, scripted or unscripted. He articulated his foreign policy. Some our other guests on the roundtable may have problems with that foreign policy, but he certainly knew the details, and substantively he gave a performance that would be not unlike other performances by other presidents at press conferences. So out of the context of all that has been happening for the last 2 weeks, I think this would have been quite uneventful, but because of that context, everything is looked at, finely grained, and things that would not be a headline at all from you or anybody else are now turned into headlines, and that actually speaks to the problem of his candidacy. I mean,
yeah, because it's not that way every presidential cycle. Right, but there is an entire, I want to call it cult, around just hating Joe Biden, right? I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about people with FJB flags, right? The MAGA heads, right? And it's just an entire, like, there, and then you talk about people like us on the left who have all these criticisms for Joe, and it's not a good spot. He is playing to the center, and that's not going to work because there is no center party. It's just left and right, right? It's just Democrats and Republicans, right? And playing to the center isn't going to be, I don't think it's a good strategy at all. In most places we've seen, for instance, like look at what happened in France. Look at what happened in France. They called a snap election, the center party, and Emmanuel Macron ate his shorts, right? I mean, the left decidedly said fuck off, and basically they took a majority away from his party, right? Unfortunately, we don't have a third party in which to put more pressure in this situation to, you know, at least that is functional enough to do so. Although I'm open to ideas. What is this? What is this in Twitch chat? I've been trying to decipher this. Is this Gary Shark 2024? Like, that's your best presidential ticket that you can come up with? That's actually pretty good. Gary and Sharks. Or just a particular... is there a particular shark? Like Gary Jaws 2024? It is Gary and Jaws. Okay, yeah. It's a pretty strong ticket, not gonna lie.
At this point, the media is out for blood. They're looking for every gaffe, every misspeak, anything to reinforce this argument, and then they can go to a member of Congress and say, hey, he said this. What do you think now? I don't see that subsiding. I think that will only grow. And it speaks to whether this president, it's not necessarily about fitness for office, but it's about whether or not he can withstand that in the rigors of a presidential campaign.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like he has been doing very good with that. Now, I did see a poll recently. I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Emerson. That was more like, what am I gonna call it? Which was like, it was better than the poll that or the two polls that we've seen, specifically on his head-to-head with Trump. But that said, he still wasn't beating him, right? And this is one of the biggest problems with regards to all of this, right? For everybody saying, don't worry about it, the margin of error, it's not Labor Day yet. We have very short time to Labor Day, even shorter time to the delegation. And, like, like the fact is that the Democrats don't win without the majority. We just don't win. That's just a fact. Write it down. Because, you know,
it's science.
We you know, if we don't win the popular vote, right, we're screwed. Essentially, in almost all contexts, it's super difficult. Like the path to victory for Democrats without without the popular vote is so, oh my god, it is so narrow. We need to make Gary Shark 2024 merch immediately. I love it. I love the content. I love the idea. But I don't think it's the most effective strategy right now. Maybe maybe, I don't know, dude. It does sound fun. It does sound fun. All right. What was I doing? Moving on to other political stories here in the United States. Gotta keep going. Got a bunch of videos to look at. Oh, chat. Would you believe it if I told you that I cut this list down? Because it's long. 106 videos in this list. We are on number 9? Yeah. Killing it. We're killing it. All right. C-SPAN from 2 days ago. I think they actually looked at this on the Majority Report. I was planning on looking at this last night, but I was foiled by my own petard. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez introduces articles of impeachment for both Justices Thomas and Alito.
Illegal. I mean, this woman is dangerous.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce articles of impeachment against Associate Justices of the Supreme Court Clarence Thomas and Samuel Anthony Alito, Jr. Against Justice Thomas, the resolution includes 3 total articles, One count of failure to disclose financial income, gifts, reimbursements, property interest liabilities, and transactions, among other information, and 2 counts of refusal to recuse from matters concerning his spouse's legal and financial interests before the court. The second resolution includes the following impeachment articles against Justice Alito. 1 count of refusal to recuse from cases in which he had a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party before the court, and 1 count of failure to disclose financial incomes, gifts, reimbursements, property interests, among.
Yeah, she's just listing out all the fucked up shit that they've done and have completely just failed to hold themselves accountable, which they're supposed to do, but don't. And she goes on for a minute on that one. We don't need to hear the whole list. I think most of us are kind of familiar, at least to some degree. I know we've been talking about the Alitos quite a lot recently. Well, not me personally, but like the left has. Hold on, we got more. Where? Yeah, I think right here. Fuck, I should write these things down. Suck.
Justice Thomas, who is married to Virginia Thomas, a financially and personally involved operative in the Stop the Steal movement and Capitol attack, also joined opinions in these cases, even as clear evidence mounted that not only was his wife fully committed to overthrowing the results of a fair election, but she was actively lobbying members of the Trump administration attempting to do just that. The questions before the court had unquestionable implications for Thomas's wife and consequently Thomas himself, making his refusal to recuse one of the most shocking examples of conflict of interest in the court's history. And crucially, it was both Justices Thomas and Alito who cast critical votes in the ruling. It now follows that because of Alito's and Thomas's refusals to recuse, everyday Americans cannot, should not, and will not believe that these justices, and consequently the court they serve, is working to uphold the Constitution and put the country ahead of their own individual self-interests.
Yeah. I see a bunch of Bergonia flags in chat. Perfect time for those emotes. Okay. Now, let's go here to Forbes Breaking News, where Lauren Boebert attempts to understand what the Chevron doctrine means in real time. Let's take this one in.
What now?
Boebert from Colorado for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Regan, is it true that the EPA has never obtained formal authorization legislation from Congress?
I'm sorry?
Is it true that the EPA has never obtained formal
Hold on. She goes on about this for like a minute. This is one of the dumber things, but I really want to hit this part. You don't have time to just waste or put.
Like the EPA.
Whoopsies, that's not what I meant to do.
And expect these tax dollars and this tax dollar funding to be used in accordance with the legislative priorities and comply with the oversight requirements. So, Mr. Regan, last month, the Supreme Court rightly overturned the Chevron doctrine, which the EPA relied on to support its very controversial and costly rulemakings. Since your agency has never been authorized by Congress and has since lost most legal standing, does your agency still plan to enable rogue bureaucrats to enact unconstitutional regulations?
I'm not quite sure. You're saying that.
I'm saying the Chevron.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. That was just full-on nonsense talk.
Was overturned by the Supreme Court.
Oh, God.
We have all of
authority.
I'm saying you've never been
Congress
authorized. Wait, hold on.
Congress doesn't delegate authority for us to do the regulations and the business and the policy. So since 1970.
So the Chevron doctrine, where you have created all of these rules under that have been proven to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court has been overruled. So now I'm asking, are your bureaucrats still going to implement these rulemaking processes?
You do know.
Woof, wow. The thing is that she's not understanding about this is the repeal of the Chevron doctrine does not, in fact, repeal any sort of regulations that existed pre the repeal, right? Just because it's repealed doesn't mean that the EPA is not allowed to regulate as it has been up until now, right? Every single regulation isn't supposed to go to the court, isn't supposed to go to the Supreme Court unless there is some sort of legal question around one of these regulations, right? Which I think we talked about previously in how the Supreme Court may have completely fucked themselves, because I do think that people like Lauren Boebert are, once they do realize what it is, they're just going to start questioning every single regulation in the book and trying to send it up to the Supreme Court, essentially, right? Because that's, in fact, what is the problem, right? With the repeal of the Chevron doctrine, to some degree, right? Or to most of it. But she thinks that it just means that all regulations are gone now, especially the ones that the EPA is involved in.
Chevron is not just focused on EPA. So,
but you are. So I'm asking about the EPA, and I'm asking about your rogue bureaucrats that have enacted these unconstitutional regulations. Are you going to repeal them? Are you going to continue to implement them, or are you going to stop altogether? Since it's been overturned.
Do you understand the ruling?
Oh,
do you understand the ruling of the Supreme Court?
I do. And so your question is ill-formed. No.
Will you be repealing?
We're not going to stop.
You're going to unconstitutionally continue with these
we're going to
rulemakings.
We're going to adhere to the Supreme Court and continue to
do
our
So which rulemakings are you going to roll back?
We're going to adhere to the Supreme Court and continue to do our work in accordance to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court.
So which ones are you going to repeal?
The Supreme Court didn't tell us to repeal anything.
They have been deemed unconstitutional.
No.
Absolutely, they have. This was a huge victory. And, even in our appropriations bill in the House this year, the funding has been reduced by 20%. I would argue that it needs to be reduced by 100%. But in this, it's because of these radical Green New Deal policies that jeopardize domestic energy development and overload America's power grid and raise.
Okay, that's enough. We've had enough for shenanigans. But seriously, oh, God. The fact that we have a woman like Ms. Boebert here in any sort of political position of power, when she can't even interpret the Supreme Court's or doesn't even isn't like because the fact is I don't think she's being disingenuous here. I think she genuinely believes that that's what happened, is that the Supreme Court repealed the Chevron doctrine, and therefore anything and everything ever related to the EPA is now just unconstitutional. She's not a very smart lady. Somebody will tell her, I'm sure. They don't during this hearing. He tries, but She doesn't get it. All right, let's go here to CNN from a day ago, where angry creditors are asking a judge to freeze Rudy Giuliani's assets. Okay. She probably does want to ban dihydrogen monoxide. It sounds scary. Sounds very scary. Okay, CNN.
The former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani literally yelling after being threatened with jail while facing the prospect of losing everything he owns, of course. The court verdicts against him, dwarf what he owns. A lawyer for his creditors saying she could consider seeking prison time for his alleged, quote, bankruptcy crimes. So I want to go straight to Caitlin Polans. She was in that courtroom today, and she's live tonight again for us outside Giuliani's New York City apartment, which, Caitlin, as you've reported, could be worth $6 million. So obviously very relevant in this whole conversation. But you were inside that courtroom today with the chaos, and you're watching the Zoom, Giuliani yelling, and I mean, tell us what happened.
Well, Aaron, the judge laid out the end game. On Friday, this judge is going to make a decision, and there are two options here for Rudy Giuliani and what happens to his wealth. One option, a trustee could be taking total control over everything that Giuliani has, everything that's incoming, all of the things that he has, what he's able to buy and pay for. Or he could be thrown out of bankruptcy court and essentially thrown to the mercy of his creditors, specifically so Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, those two Georgia election workers to whom he owes $148 million. They are quite unhappy right now. And that was what we saw.
Oh, you're right. This is a feel-good story. That's why it's in here, okay? It's also relevant, but it is. There is something to that.
A lot.
Whoopsies.
In the courtroom today, their attorney speaking to the judge about how Giuliani has just not been forthcoming. They can't chase after this money in any reasonable way. And that's what prompted these outbursts from Rudy Giuliani. In the courtroom, he had called in 10 minutes late over his cell phone, and you could hear his voice, that unmistakable voice. This is Rudolph Giuliani, and then at times say,
okay. I just figured we would momentarily gloat about Rudy Giuliani and his whole life collapsing. That's kind of what happens when you're, doing the sort of things that Rudy did. I don't think that was the vape. I think that was it wasn't my vape. I think it was my freaking headphones. What was I saying? Oh, whatever. Let's move on. Continue talking about some Trump-related stuff. This one is from Reuters from 12 hours ago, where Hungary's Viktor Orban came to Florida to hang out with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban posts a video of his meeting with Donald Trump as part of his peace mission. Of course he has that framed on his wall. What a ridiculous person. I gotta see that picture again. Oh my god, this guy is such a narcissist. It's wild. Hungarian, yes, alright. Yeah, I read that already. The nationalist leader recently visited Kyiv, Moscow, and Beijing to push for a ceasefire in Ukraine. It was an honor to visit President real Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago today. Wait, hold on. I gotta read this. We discussed ways to make peace. The good news of the day. How is Donald Trump involved? That's what I would like to know. Oh, God. Okay. So, yeah. It's not great that world leaders, although Viktor Orban is something of a clown show, are already sort of thinking ahead of time, if you will, as if Donald Trump is already president. This it's not great. It's not great, not gonna lie. Okay, let's go to this. Just for some fun, intermix with some of these stories here. The Good Liars decided to go to an event in Milwaukee where they met some very normal, well-adjusted Donald Trump supporters.
That we need to abolish abortion, no exceptions.
So this says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And that's from the Bible?
Yeah, from Jeremiah 1. Right. So God knows these babies in the womb.
She's so proud of
He has a
that.
purpose and a destiny for each child. They shouldn't be killed.
Didn't he kill all the firstborn sons in Egypt?
I think I'm done.
Just amazing. Just amazing.
We're here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, home of the 2024 Republican National Convention, an event in which Donald Trump will...
It's just amazing to see this woman's world collapse. Like, for someone who supposedly loves the Bible that much, you would think that having a Bible verse quoted to you would not somehow unravel your entire, like, what do you call it? Like, state of being.
Home of the 2024 Republican National Convention, an event in which Donald Trump will accept his party's nomination to be the candidate for president for the Republican Party. And just last year, we were here almost a year ago for the very first GOP debate. And that was an event in which Donald Trump refused to take part in. He was just a little afraid to get on the stage with the other candidates.
Yeah, he was a little too scared. He didn't want to take the risk. He didn't want to look stupid. And basically he said he wasn't going to take part and that no matter what happened, he wouldn't commit to endorsing whomever became the nominee. We're here at the GOP debate. All the people who are debating have signed a pledge that they will support the eventual winner. Do you think that's a good thing?
Yes, because I think the Republicans need to stick together.
Do you think Trump would sign a pledge like that?
I don't know.
Because he said he wouldn't. He said he wouldn't.
I would, knowing the little bit about his personality, I would guess not.
But now
it's not even a problem.
It doesn't even matter because everyone just did whatever he wanted, and here we are as he's about to accept the nomination.
Donald Trump was not at the debate, but his son was, and you were able to score an exclusive interview with Don Jr.
Who do you think won the 2020 election?
I think Donald Trump did.
But why? Because there's kind of a lack of, like, evidence, right?
You know, it's the whole not being able to complete a sentence by the existing president, someone who can sit there and talk about losing his Corvette.
What about the 7 million votes? What about the 7 million votes?
Understanding our American energy policy. It's about every failure imaginable from the Biden.
But what about all the lost court cases, though? Like, all of them. So I just talked to Don.
Oh, Don. Running away from the facts. So sad. So sad. He's not my favorite.
Illegal.
I've always said, Eric, be better than your brother. This one's no good. That's right, Don. You heard me. Your disappointment, I gave you my name. Now. Okay, let's go on here. Fed Chair Jerome Powell gave testimony. It was like a couple of days ago, where he was asked whether he had met with Biden in the last 2 years.
Chairman Powell, to the best of my knowledge, the last public meeting between you and President Biden occurred on May 31st, 2022. Does that sound accurate?
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. Have you had any private meetings with the president since that time?
No.
Any phone calls with the president?
Nope. I don't believe so.
Is there any reason why you've not met with or spoken to the president?
I meet with when any president calls, you come and you meet, but that hasn't happened, so.
So in over 2 years, with inflation still nagging us, with cost out of control, President Biden has not asked to meet with you in over 2 years?
I haven't had a meeting with him. He hasn't sought a meeting, and of course I don't seek meetings.
Does that not strike you as odd that the president has not sought to meet with you?
Not at all. Not at all.
So yeah, it's actually not odd, and it may shock you to find out, but the Federal Reserve is a completely ungoverned, unelected branch of government that does whatever the fuck it wants. And so if the president doesn't ask to meet with them, they'd much rather just kind of go on doing whatever the fuck they want to do without asking anybody. So yeah, it really isn't odd. I just figured we'd watch that because we're about to watch this. Reuters. Wait. What happened to that other story? Did it get taken off? Oh, son of a bitch. Oh my god, I will slap you. Alright, whatever. We'll go to this one. Same vibe. U.S. consumer prices post first drop in 4 years.
The S&P 500 and NASDAQ hit record highs on Thursday morning after a key measure of inflation unexpectedly fell, raising hopes for Federal Reserve rate cuts. U.S. consumer prices fell for the first time in 4 years in June amid lower gasoline costs and moderating rents. Data from the U.S. Labor Department showed the consumer price index.
Hey, thanks for the resub, Looney Tunes. That's beautiful. That's 3 different people resubbing. Same day. By the way, Omega Star, did you resub for multiple months ahead of time? Is that something that you can do? I wasn't even aware of that. That's what happened. 2 months as the first subscriber and first Twitch mod. I think technically somebody else was already a mod before you, but you are either way vital part of the Twitch stream. But yeah, this is huge, right? Well, it's 1 month's worth of data, so maybe not huge, but it's certainly a change from what we've been seeing, right? Where inflation was up, 4%, for a small part of inflation to be actually not inflation, but deflating, right? Because it was a negative number. It was a very tiny negative number, but it was like negative 0.1%, I think. So a very tiny number, but it is, in fact, it's drastic when you're going from a positive number to a negative number, especially when inflation has been as steady as it has been, right? Every, pretty much every month it's been the same, 4-3%. Granted, this is excluding a number of things. I think it's excluding healthcare and excluding shit, I can't remember which reading this was. This is consumer, so I think it's X healthcare and God damn it, I can't think of whatever the other thing is. But so it's not over the whole board, but it isn't, it's definitely
dipped 0.1% in June, compared with the average 0.1% increase forecast by economists polled by Reuters. It was the second straight month of tame CPI readings. In the 12 months ending in June, the CPI climbed 3%. The annual increase in consumer prices has fallen sharply from a peak of 9.1% in June 2022. The Federal Reserve launched an aggressive campaign of interest rate hikes to curb soaring prices. As inflation ebbs and a robust jobs market cools, investors anticipate the Fed could begin to cut borrowing costs in September. Fed Chair Jerome Powell has acknowledged the recent...
Now, honestly, I don't know what the Fed's going to do one way or the other, but my sense of things, the vibe that I get from them is that they are not going to cut rates. I could be completely wrong. I just don't. I've listened to enough of the recent press conferences that the chair of the Federal Reserve has held to just make that guess. It really is genuinely a guess, so do not make any sort of big life decisions over that guess. Ooh, Donald James X with the gigantified emote. It's a pretty sweet emote. Where's that from? Scott C7 Headbang 2. Was there no notification of my resub? There was. There absolutely was. I saw it. It was the dancing alien with sweet what do you call it? Turntable scratching sound. I also mentioned it. Didn't I? Wait, no, DJX, yours didn't go off. Oh my god, I just realized it didn't go off. Looney Tunes went off, Princess Mama. Oh my god, I did not even, oh my, what? Hold the phone. Did you resubbed? If you resubbed and it didn't show, something's very wrong. And it doesn't even show on, it also doesn't show on my OBS, which is very strange. I'm sorry. There's been so many resubs today that I thought that I thought that you were one of them. Take it all back. Take it all fucking back. What was I doing? It distracted the shit out of me. Oh yeah. Talking about the impact of inflation. Let's go to NBC News from a day ago, where a survey has found that Gen Z is currently the most impacted by high living costs.
A new report from Bank of America shows that today's prices are actually hitting Gen Z adults the hardest.
Yeah, they found that more than half of the adults they surveyed from 18 to 27 say that those prices are the top reason they can't find financial success.
Here to help us break down highlights of the report is Bank of America's president of retail banking, Holly O'Neill. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So the survey shows nearly half of Gen Zers still getting financial help from their parents. Just how hard is it for younger generations to build wealth right now in 2024?
We're hearing from Gen Z that it is hard. It's disproportionately hard. As you said, over half of them feel that it's a barrier to success. So they're feeling the high cost of living. And what is causing them, they're delaying big milestones. So half of them are not on.
And the fact is, right, because we were just talking about how in the last video, they mentioned it, I think. Reuters mentioned that the stock market is at an all-time high, right? And yet 90, I think it's 93%. It's something like 93 or 4% of all of the stocks owned on the stock market are owned by the top 1%, right? So The fact is the vast majority of the of people in America are completely left out of this supposed great economy, right? With the stock markets at all-time highs, right? And the fact is, people who are less established, who are younger, who are already, like month to month on bills, whatever else, right? They are the ones who are participating the least in the stock market, if you dive into those figures.
To buy a home, 46% of them haven't started saving for retirement, and about 40% of them also don't see themselves saving or investing. So they are delaying some of those big.
Okay, so yeah, I think this is why we see trends like the don't spend anything trends, right? People who are now just watching their spending and turning it into a game, right? And I'm all about it. Like, I try to do the same thing to some degree, but yeah, times is tough out there. Why are we talking about PPP? Did somebody blame PPP? I didn't hear anybody do that or see that. All right. Let's go on to this. And the fact is, I'm actually skipping over 2 other stories with this, but just say that planes have been having some real problems lately. I think many of you are somewhat aware of this. This one's from 2 days ago from ABC News, where a 180-passenger plane had its tire explode during takeoff in Florida.
We move on to the other news tonight. The scare on the runway, the takeoff aborted, sparks on the runway, an American Airlines flight blowing several tires during takeoff from Tampa to Phoenix. Emergency crews racing in, and here's Trevor Ault.
Tonight, frightening moments mid-takeoff. Watch as tires on this American Airlines plane
I find it funny when people want to complain and claim that like there's like some big problem with having given people money during the pandemic, and that's the only cause of inflation somehow. And that it's just, and actually now that I think, and now that you've mentioned it, I'm remembering all these things. Like I remember people saying things like that only Joe Biden's stimulus was the inflating stimulus. It wasn't Donald Trump, even though he also did $3 trillion in COVID stimulus money. But everybody just wants to complain about us giving money to, I don't know, the poor and just regular Americans, even middle class Americans. But no complaints when we gave, trillions of dollars to corporations, right? Or spent trillions of dollars on quantitative easing, right? When the government was buying down bonds, right, at hundreds of billions of dollars a month. Or no, it wasn't hundreds, it was like $100 billion a month. I think it was what they were at for quite a while. No one wants to complain about that when they're, giving banks as much money as they ask for. But the second you give the people money, oh God, inflation. That's causing it. It's not corporate greed. Definitely not. Even though there's like just so many examples right now of litigation that is either ongoing or has already happened regarding price fixing and all these other things that were happening for the last 4 years. That's not the cause. It was giving poor people money. Don't examine it. It's too hard. It's too hard to think about. What just happened? Oh, I got distracted by that comment. Completely ignore that video. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. It's not important. A tire blew up on a plane. It was bad. Everybody lived. Yay. On to this. This is from 7 hours ago from Global News. According to them, and multiple other sources, AT&T apparently had a large data breach, which it's only now telling people about. I believe it happened literally 2 fucking years ago. And apparently hackers stole nearly all cell customer data, including calls and text messages.
It appears to be a massive hack attack. According to AT&T, the cybersecurity breach in April hit nearly all of its customers, more than 100 million individual customers in the U.S. and 2.5 million business accounts. Criminals accessed records of calls and texts from May to October of 2022. AT&T tells Global News this includes calls made to Canada. Now, the company is conducting an investigation, and so is the FBI. In a statement Friday, AT&T said it's working with law enforcement in its efforts to arrest those involved in the incident. The company says at least one person has been apprehended. The breach includes aggregated metadata only. That's not the content of any calls, texts, or social security or credit card information. Now, this data doesn't include customer names, but AT&T said there are ways of finding the names associated with specific telephone numbers using publicly available online tools. An AT&T spokesperson says the April incident took place outside its network and the telecom's own systems were not breached.
So yeah, kind of troubling story. And even if it is metadata, not the contents of your calls and texts, information can certainly be gleaned from a lot of that stuff, like location data, among other things. Okay, what are we doing? Yes, this. This is even creepier. Really. This is from 2 days ago. Inside CNN's investigation of Airbnb's hidden camera problem.
It was just like, holy crap. This is a camera.
But it didn't look like a camera. It was a phone charger. Chloe Libermay's fiancé had grabbed it from the bedroom wall of their Airbnb, thinking it was hers.
The Airbnb host had called us on the phone and told us that we had taken a charger that did not belong to us and that we needed to return it immediately.
At what point did you think this isn't really a charger?
He became increasingly paranoid. When am I getting this charger back? I think it was like a light bulb moment that we all just went, oh my goodness, is this a hidden camera?
Across North America, police have seized thousands of images from hidden cameras at Airbnb rentals, including people's most intimate moments.
What happened when you realized that there was a camera in that charger?
It's so eerie and so creepy. Then your brain starts thinking, what did they see? What happened while we were in that room?
In a small town in Maine, a couple found a hidden camera at their Airbnb. Listen to what the host told police.
So they had sex?
Yeah.
And you recorded that?
I took some screenshots.
The host admits he set up a camera hidden in this clock next to the bed to record unsuspecting guests.
So there's stuff of a couple of couples playing around or getting changed. So
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so there's pictures of people that are in intimate situations.
Yes.
It's more than just a few reported cases, and Airbnb knows it's a problem. In this deposition reviewed by CNN, an Airbnb rep said 35,000 customer support tickets about security cameras or recording devices had been documented over a decade.
35,000 cases. Unbelievable. And we've had plenty of criticisms about Airbnb, right? Like tons. But this is not one of the ones that was on my radar. But this is pervasive. It's fucking disgusting. The whole video is troubling, honestly. And if I didn't have 100 videos to get through today, we would watch more of this. It is genuinely creepy. And they go through like some of the different devices that this stuff is in, like chargers and what's it called? Like fire, smoke detectors, and like all sorts of other things, like just completely what do you call it? Oh, like harmless, sort of average, everyday objects that you wouldn't have any real suspicion of, you would think. But yeah. Shut up. No, they didn't show us any examples of dildo cams. Okay, let's talk about some other stuff relating to people's homes, or lack thereof. San Francisco from 3 days ago, where the media and the powers that be in San Francisco are just, what's the word? Celebrating. They're celebrating. You know why? Because the Ninth Circuit is granting them more authority to clear homeless encampments. That's why.
Illegal.
San Francisco now has more legal authority to clear away homeless encampments. The city was handed that victory in a court ruling. And as KTVU's Ali Rasmus reports, it means laws can be enforced that prohibit sitting, lying, or even living on public property.
6 years ago, Ashley Jones was living on the streets of San Francisco.
I didn't think I was going to make it because I'd sleep in the parks here and there.
He says he was able to get into a shelter and get back on his feet. He now lives in his own apartment, but he understands why some people refuse an offer to stay in a shelter.
Most people are not going to go to so the shelter's about 300 people, 250 guys, 50 women, 2x3 bunks. If you can imagine being in a cabin or campsite when you go to summer camp, that kind of stuff. But it's not summer camp. You have to fingerprint. You have to take a picture. It's hard to be in a lights out 10 to 6.
Recent court rulings will make it more difficult for unhoused people to refuse shelter beds or camp on city streets. Yesterday, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals lifted what had been a temporary ban in San Francisco on widespread sweeps of homeless encampments. It comes in the wake of the U.S. Supreme Court ruling last month that it is constitutional for cities to cite and even arrest people for sleeping in public spaces.
Cities.
Just continuing to make it illegal to be a human without a home. That's the world we live in. Thou shalt not sit.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Actually, this is the one.
Jesus, I say that.
Now let's see some people who are attempting to do the right stuff for homeless people. This is from NBC Bay Area. San Jose, expanding its tiny homes after recent success.
Well, people living in an Oakland homeless encampment are now hoping that the courts will prevent the city from clearing them out. The camp, whose residents say they're all battling significant health issues, filed a lawsuit alleging discrimination after the city tried to clear that encampment this week. Here's NBC Bears' Valina Jones.
Wait a second.
After 4 years of living in a...
What in the fuck is going on here? This is the wrong one.
Small encampment on the Toll Plaza beach.
So we're getting ahead of ourselves. This is not the one. Wait. Oh. I thought this one was after it. Oh, I didn't. Oh, no.
Well, this has been a long-running problem, and is there an end in sight? Communities across the Bay Area and state continue to search for solutions for homelessness. San Jose is now expanding its village of tiny homes in hopes to getting more people off the streets.
NBC Bay Area's Joe Rosado Jr. shows us how it's working and why the mayor says more are on the way.
My living situation before this was I was homeless.
On a street not far from Santa Clara's Levi Stadium,
I was into a lot of madness in prison, in and out of prison.
Richard Robles and his wrong choices lived in a utility van.
It was pretty rough out there.
And when do we reopen our economy here in this state?
When the pandemic took out the economy, it took out Robles' auto detailing business with it.
I lost it when the COVID hit.
In the free fall, he landed homeless in the streets. But a year after the rug was pulled from under him, Robles got a job at Goodwill, and now, most importantly, a roof over his head here.
Well, you can see what I made of it, you know.
What Robles made of it is a home in San Jose's Guadalupe Interim Housing Project, a village of 96 tiny homes aimed at getting people off the streets.
I know it's wild to think that there's a solution to all this, but it is actually in the word homeless. Is home. You fix homeless with home. That's how that works. It seems too easy, but it's real.
More than a shelter. It's not a shelter. It's literally, this is the community here. We're all like family.
This community is a rung on the ladder of personal restoration. It's part of a new wave of tiny home colonies where people can find temporary shelter and connection to services like counseling and job placement.
This is a low barrier to entry. We're not asking for sobriety. We're not asking for someone to get rid of their pet. We're saying come indoors and we will work with you to get you there.
The Guadalupe site is one of 6 tiny home villages built in San Jose in recent years, altogether offering 500 temporary personal spaces for the formerly homeless.
They get people stabilized, connected to services, and able to start thinking about their futures.
San Jose.
Exactly. How are people supposed to think about their futures when they're living in a tent, or not even a tent? Not that there's a whole lot of distinction between the two, but you get what I'm saying. Okay, what else do we have here? All right, yeah. Let's do this one. This is from ABC News from a day ago. FTC set to sue the 3 largest pharmacy benefit managers over insulin drug prices. Oh, wait, we were just talking about this. Huh. Weird. Must not have been PPP loans. It must have been people, specifically corporations, colluding with one another and screwing over basically everyone.
The Federal Trade Commission planning to sue the 3 largest pharmacy benefit managers over insulin and other drug prices. Rhiannon Alley here with the story. Good morning, Rhiannon.
Good morning to you, George. This lawsuit is expected to target those so-called middlemen that pushed patients to more expensive insulin. Lawmakers and federal regulators.
Wow. Do tiny houses have addresses? Tiny addresses. Very funny. Very funny.
Accused drug makers of inflating the price of the drug. Politico reports United Health Group, CVS, and Cigna are all expected to face lawsuits. Now, they represent about 80% of prescriptions here in the U.S. The FTC slamming the companies in a scathing report this week. This is the FTC's most aggressive action on drug companies, which is a big turnaround from past policies that have been pretty hands-off. The White House has made lowering insulin prices a main focus. Congress already capped insulin prices for Medicare patients at $35. The FTC's lawsuit could be filed later this month. Rebecca?
All right, Rhiannon.
Thank you, Rhiannon. We appreciate it. So yeah, just another example of corporate price fixing that is potentially, but not yet actually happening in terms of legal action, but there is absolutely what it would appear to be legal action in the works from the FTC. Next. Oh, since we were talking about this, since we were talking about health related stuff, I thought that we would look at this to help us transition. Oh my god. Really, an hour 45 in on the freaking stream right now? Hold on. If that's the case, I need a quick galactic intermission. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, remember to like and also subscribe. Both are super helpful, but most importantly, that subscriber thing is serious. We still are trying to get to 500 subs on this goddamn channel. I'm gonna keep saying it until we get there. Anyway, Chad, if you've already done those two things and you still feel yourself just wanting to help support even more, well, here's a good option. You could become a galactic producer on Patreon for just a few US dollars a month. You not only help the stream, but you can gain access to some super sweet galactic benefits. Anyways, chat, grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. Oh, God. I am back. Whoa, what just happened? Jules Winfield just subscribed with Prime. My God. Thank you for the subscription, Jules. Did the subscription go off? And, I think it's in the moon on the other screen we were just looking at.
What now?
By the way, I just want to remind anybody who's a current Patreon supporter to check your mail. Check your Patreon mail and respond to the questionnaire, which you get sent at the beginning of your Patreon membership. The only way to take advantage of all those sweet, sweet space benefits. Write that down. Actually, don't write it down. Just do it. Okay, back to the news. Calling all space fams. The galactic intermission is coming to an end very shortly. Also, to anybody not currently subscribed on Twitch, you're about to get hit with a frickin' ad break. You know how to avoid those. Okay. So many sub activities happening here today. It's so beautiful. See all the love. Yes, on to the environment, other things like that. First, I figured we would look at this story to kind of segue us between what we were just talking about, health-related things, and the climate. This is the Associated Press from 9 hours ago. Extreme heat and medications can be a risky combo. Here's what to know. Oh, I almost forgot. I almost fucking forgot.
When we talk about the signs and symptoms of heat exhaustion, if you have a small percentage of experience in headache,
we have to pause
confusion,
everything. Stop. You stop. Music stop. I almost completely forgot. Nobody reminded me, which I'm shocked by. I am genuinely shocked. But if you all recall correctly, you had 2 bonus support characters today because of Thursday's stream, which didn't happen but got over 20 likes. You're now at 38 likes on the stream, which means you're getting another support character right now. You are owed one, and you're close to being owed a second one. Oh, these are all on the right side, aside from Cisco. Poor Cisco is all alone. Won't anyone else like the stream?
when we talk about the signs and symptoms of heat exhaustion, if you have a small percentage of experiencing headache, confusion, and dizziness, but you have a handful of other medications that do have those small percentages of that side effect, well, those slowly start to add up. And so honestly, kind of thinking about heat as a quote unquote medication that provides its own side effects, that in combination with other medications could definitely cause what we like to call like a perfect storm and increasing the risk of that patient experiencing side effects either from the heat or said medications. So if you're on medications that maybe increase the amount of fluids that you're getting rid of, maybe decrease the amount of sweating that your body naturally produces, I definitely recommend making sure that you're consuming adequate amounts of water.
Yeah, so be aware of that, okay? Just to be safe, folks. If you take medication on a regular basis, or if you just happen to be taking medication for one or another reasons, do try to consider at least those two particular things. If it makes you sweat or pee a lot, you will become dehydrated much faster. So if it's real hot out, just remember that, because it is, in fact, quite hot out there.
So hot right now.
In many places, not everywhere, but in a lot of places. There's still technically a heat dome rocking over much of the western portion of the United States right now. Are you gonna switch? Oh, it did. Okay, never mind. All right. Let's look at this. Didn't talk about this too much while it was going on, although we did talk about it at least once. But I just wanted to look at some of the effects of this water crisis that happened in Calgary, where a water main exploded, causing a massive number of Calgarians to go essentially, in some cases, without water, or at least using significantly reduced amounts of water. Let's look at this. CBC News from 3 days ago. Calgarians saved billions of liters of water during the water crisis. Can those habits continue? I don't know. Let's find out.
June's water crisis pushed many Calgarians to rethink how we use water and maybe how much we're wasting. A water main rupture that uncovered just how precarious Calgary's water supply is.
If we do not reduce our water use, we are at risk of running out.
That message repeated by city officials throughout the crisis. With a target threshold set of 480 million liters a day, the number where demand would have exceeded the city's treatment capacity and supply, Calgarians got to work reducing their water usage.
With the kids, no baths, quick showers.
I did some pretty strange things. I saved all my shower water, and then I scooped it into a 5-gallon bucket and used that to flush my toilet.
Shower every second day. And only flush the toilet when it really needed to be flushed. You get my drift?
And for the most part, it worked. Only 4 times during the crisis did people use more than 480 million liters of water a day. On 2 other occasions, they matched it. On June 30th, a record low, just 425 million liters used, far below the 600 million liters that we typically use every day. After nearly a month, Calgarians seem to be in a water-saving groove. But was that long enough to turn us into water?
Unfortunately, answer is no. According to a, what do you call it? A psychologist of some sort. I can't remember exactly what kind. Well, no, I don't think actually that's the right thing. Some, like behavioral expert, although I think that technically also counts as psychology. Whatever. He was saying that to form habits, you need at least 3 months, not just 1 month. So for most people, you're probably going to go back to using the same amount of water. But it is interesting to see, and that number is freaking huge. And it makes you think about just where, at least in my thinking, like it makes you think about, like, where can I cut down on this or that thing, right? Because that's a huge impact. When everybody is doing a thing, it does actually. It does actually. I mean, granted, that sounds real uncomfortable. I'm not encouraging anybody to go without showers or anything like that. That's insane. Everybody had to catch up on laundry. I'll bet. Oh boy. Yeah, humans need water, as it turns out, to do a lot, most things almost. certainly surviving. All right, let's go just a little bit west and south, or actually, whatever, west. 6.4 magnitude earthquake hits off of Vancouver Island, prompting some local shake alerts. It is south. Seattle.
A large earthquake struck off the coast of Canada this morning. The magnitude 6.4 quake happened just after 8 a.m. Pacific time, about 200 kilometers southwest of Tofino, near Vancouver, British Columbia. Some people on social media reported feeling shaking, even here in Seattle. Just last week, hundreds of small earthquakes occurred in that same area, an active earthquake zone off Vancouver Island.
Now, it doesn't appear that it created any sort of tsunami, and at least that's what I understand, but I could be wrong about that one. But that video there did not have a ton of information. Oh, that was a Nightbot command. It's like, who the fuck wrote this massive message on Twitch? Nightbot did that too. Like my daddy used to say, son, it's in the water. That's why it's yellow. All right. I'm not familiar with that beer. What is Bear Whiz beer? I feel like that's a reference to something from something pop culture related, but I cannot put my finger on it. All right, staying on the West Coast, heat alerts impact 53 million Americans, with records being broken daily. This is according to NBC News. We've certainly been talking about this issue, feeling like ad nauseum, literally for some. But yeah, let's.
Stifling heat wave and the extreme weather across the country is kind of same old for this summer, Angie.
You're exactly right, Francis. Good morning to you. We've, no surprise, still got those heat alerts in effect on the bookends of the country. Just a couple across parts of the Northeast, a few, of course, out through Texas, but it's really the West Coast that we've mainly been focusing on. Still the East, quite warm. We've got temperatures into the 90s, feeling like those mid-90s in some spots, but the triple digits is what it'll feel like in Savannah as we get through the day today. More of the same as we head into the day tomorrow, too. But out west is where it's really impressive. These temperatures have been record-breaking day after day, and we're not looking at a whole lot in the way of relief here.
This right here is ridiculous. This line of 111 degree plus weather is insane. And practically every single one of these is at or above a record. Oh my god. This is wild. This is terrible.
That's hot.
Inappropriate time. Paris. It is hot though, she's right. You have 40 likes now? My god. So impressive. Great job, chat. 16. Who is 16? Ooh, Rod Serling. Ooh, he's on the left side. It had to happen at some point. Now Cisco's got a buddy. He can talk about space. I'm sure Rod would love that conversation. What was it doing? Ah, yes. I got distracted by your well-earned support character, which is incoming shortly. Let's just move on to talk about Las Vegas, which is breaking heat records as well. Actually, I guess that's technically what we were just talking about. But I have another video. That's what I'm saying. To remind you of just how fucking hot it is out there.
Since June 1st, we've had 7 record high
temperatures here in Las Vegas, and 4 of those 7 have occurred during this past heat wave. We also look at like record warm low temperatures, and we've had 9 of those so far this summer. So we're looking at 16 total temperature records for Las Vegas, and we're not even halfway through July.
What could be causing the heat? A dragon, probably. That's my guess. Dragon related.
Yet.
I mean, it's just always insufferably hot down here. Like, we're always scampering from one air-conditioned building to another. Yes, we notice it. Yes, we hear the news about it. But since hot is hot, like, we just stay out of it.
If I don't get out by 8:30 in the morning, then it's not going to happen that day. Because even in the evenings, last night at 10 o'clock, when I let them out to go potty their last time.
Even the dogs are hot. And obviously, I'm kidding. Not dragon related. Definitely climate change. Definitely climate change. Ask the scientists. Exactly. But Stefan does get it. Dragons radiate heat. And I don't know a whole lot about invisible ones, but that would make a lot of sense that they radiate even more heat. So helpful. 1 times 1 does equal 1. So glad we had Nightbot for that. Who let Terrence Howard into Nightbot? I have no idea. It's not my realm of purview, really. At all. Alright, let's look at this. Just going a little bit east, CBS Colorado, where, according to them, solar energy is emerging in Colorado as a cost-saving option during the heat wave.
Heat wave will come at a cost for many of us. We're talking about those utility bills. They are expected to spike from usage of appliances like our air conditioners. Renewable energy advocates say maybe consider solar.
Hold on. I just want to point this out to everybody. This is not how you use an air conditioner, okay? I don't know what is happening here. But whoever did this, just wow. Just wow. Never again.
Usage of appliances like our air conditioners. Renewable energy advocates say maybe consider solar power in the future because it can really help lower those monthly bills. Your reporter in Jefferson County, Andrew Hobner, joins us live now to talk a little bit more about this. And Andrew, it is something you looked into today.
No, that's not a porch. That's a windowsill. Go back. Go back. Go back further. Even further. Wait, too far.
They are.
That's a fucking windowsill. But they just haven't installed it at all. They're just leaving the window open. That is not... That's not how you do it.
Listen, Andrew, it is something you looked into today.
Yeah, plenty of people out here at Sloan's Lake trying to beat the heat, but inside, once that heat really comes, that's where the bills are going to start getting racked up because AC is one of the things that is used at its highest during the summer, but also can cost you the most. And that has had renewable energy advocates saying that solar energy, while not something you can figure out in really the next 3-4 days, is a long-term potential solution to keep the prices down. Let me explain to you. So pretty much when you use your air conditioner in your home, you are pulling from the state's energy grid and the reserves that the state has. But if you have solar panels on your roof of your house, for instance, what you can do is put that into a solar battery, and then when you need to utilize that power, it actually draws from your house itself and not from the energy grid, which then...
So yeah, it's a great point. With conditions like this, if you can, you should be taking advantage of it. Now, does everybody have access to solar? No. No, they don't. Which is why we're not going to watch this whole thing. even though it's like a 2-minute video. I just want to remind us that depending on the weather, some energy works way better than others. Fun fact, if you turn... Oh, that's funny. I've never thought about doing that, but that's brilliant. Although it feels unsafe. But I'm trying to think. Okay. Let's talk a little bit more about the renewable energy that we use, specifically solar, and how its success depends on battery storage. Streamland.
With an intense heat wave now baking much of the country, power grids from coast to coast are being stretched to their limits. The good news, the growth of renewable energy like solar and wind means there's more power available. But as CBS's Ben Tracy shows us in tonight's Eye on America, the renewable revolution will require a lot of batteries.
Did you ever think you'd be working next to solar panels all day?
I did not. It's a much more peaceful environment.
Rachel Harper used to work in the oil and gas industry in Texas.
And now you're in renewable energy.
Yes, big pivot.
Do you like this better?
I like this way better.
She's now at a startup in California called B2U. It takes the still...
By the way, aren't there a bunch of, like, electronics that would be exposed to the elements if you did that? Like, if you flipped around an AC to heat your domicile during the winter? Like, unless you live in a super dry place, I feel like it's gonna be real problematic.
Usable batteries out of older electric vehicles, slides them into large racks,
Plug and play. Simple as that.
and then plugs them into solar panels so they can store solar power.
We're basically a retirement home for these EV batteries.
You're basically just using these as storage.
Yes, battery storage.
Battery storage is what allows renewable energy to provide power even when the sun isn't shining or the wind isn't blowing.
I thought it was pretty crazy. When I saw them do that, I was like, I'm sorry, what was that? Plug and play old EV batteries? Crazy. Just wild. But pretty ingenious sort of technology. Incredibly simple, it would seem. Wouldn't have thought of it myself. Certainly not that way. Can we just... Oh, God. I feel like whoever thought of that must have already been, like, somehow involved in... well, maybe not. I guess now that I think about it, it's almost like anybody could have really thought of this. Maybe with the EV or knows how these things work. What am I doing? Getting distracted. All right. Let's go to Arizona, where a fire is currently growing in the, I think it's called the San Carlos Valley. Something like that.
High winds are pushing a brush fire through a town in eastern Arizona, and evacuation orders are in effect.
It's called the Watch Fire. It started this afternoon in the San Carlos on the Apache Reservation. More than 500 acres have burned so far. No containment in that community, which is located about half an hour east of Globe, a community of about 11,000. Video and pictures sent to us from that area show a tower of smoke rising up in the sky, flames spreading to buildings as it made its way to downtown San Carlos. We know several homes have been lost to this fire, and officials tell us that the fire has reached power lines, leaving some people without power.
And several spots are under evacuation tonight. Those include Farmer Station area, Chinatown, Near Again Bridge, Moonbase area, and TC Alley area.
So yeah, there's already, as you can see here, 5 different areas that have been evacuated. And it's very close to this town with over 10,000 people, I think they said. So yeah, fire season is officially here. And it will continue for the next, what, 2.5-ish months? Hope people are staying safe down there. Now, if only we could do something about our environment. Oh yeah, we could. We can start by drastically reducing our methane emissions. Chat is on fucking fire right now. I'm supposed to keep up with all this love that you people are exhibiting in this beautiful chat of ours. Alright, oh, let's look at this. This is from 8 hours ago. CBS News. Rocky Mountains getting even more record-breaking heat. And the number on this thumbnail is fucking ridiculous. Doesn't seem like a temperature that's supposed to happen on Earth. 123.
In fact, we want to show you this video fresh off the feeds from San Bernardino, California. Kind of a contrast from water to fire. The view of the Vista fire right there on your screen. At this very moment, we can tell you that 2,800 of acres of burn, only 13% containment, 470 firefighters doing battle with this one. Here's the worst part, Zoe. We're seeing that forecasters are saying that weekend thunderstorm could bring lightning bolts that could spark more fires?
Yeah, lightning strikes is definitely the most common cause of natural related wildfires. So that's something that we keep our eyes on over the weekend. We are going to be seeing more chances for those natural caused lightnings or natural caused wildfires forming. But the biggest issue is going to be the heat, the dry air, and the very, very...
She really wanted to call that a lightning fire. I don't blame her. It does sound more fun. Lightning fire. Sounds badass. You feel like fire here. You feel like fire season is here to stay? I don't like that. I don't like that vibe at all. But I fear you might be too close to being right. By the way, this completely cloudless area over here, that's the heat dome. Which has just been sitting there for weeks now, it would seem. Welcome, Weasel comrades. NCCers in chat. Hold on. Anyways, just rest assured. Somewhere in the Rocky Mountains hit 123 fucking degrees. Write that down. I don't know where it is. We don't have to watch this whole freaking thing. I guess we could. Does it matter? Doesn't matter. It's that long. It's 2 minutes.
winds as well.
Oh my God. Please stop.
As high pressure continues to dominate the West Coast, the areas that you could see across western United States with barely any cloud coverage, that's the heat dome. And it's not just places across the coastal communities. It's not just the valley areas. It's even in our higher elevations as you head closer towards the West Coast. Even places like Denver are seeing very, very hot temperatures. So we're going to send things over to Callie Zanandri, who's in Denver right now, who's going to give us the latest. Callie.
Hey, good morning, Zoe. Well, today we are expecting record-breaking temperatures here in Denver. Our normal high for this time of year is 90 degrees. We'll be well above that today in the triple digits. And what's unique about this is we're going to see back-to-back-to-back triple-digit heat here in the Front Range, with 101 degrees forecasted today, with record-breaking temperatures likely not only today, but Saturday and Sunday as well, climbing to possibly 102 degrees. This hot weather has prompted the National Weather Service to prompt a heat advisory. That's in effect through 8 p.m. tonight for the entire Denver metro area, all of the eastern plains down to the south through Colorado Springs as well as Pueblo. And out on the western slope, we could see temperatures climb to 110 degrees, some of the hottest weather that we have seen here statewide. This is extended through Sunday with these record-breaking temperatures, and people are trying to stay cool in unique ways here. Some are going up to the high country where we're still seeing warm weather, but a little bit more comfortable. We still have some snow on some of the higher peaks and passes.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough of this. Had enough of your shenanigans, lady. Shit is hot out there.
Hot right now.
Your boss snores louder than the TV. That's wild. You either have a very quiet TV or very, very loud boss. Hot girl summer, fall, winter, and spring. Yeah, all the wrong reasons for hot girl summer. Let's go to this. This is in Colorado, where a wildfire is burning near Boulder.
And this very hot, dry weather is creating dangerous fire conditions. Right now, crews in Boulder are battling this brush fire that broke out along a hiking trail on Dinosaur Mountain today.
Denver 7 investigative reporter Natalie Chuck joins us now live from the scene. And Natalie, houses are so close to that trail.
That is right, and no evacuation orders in place right now, but I have to tell you, we are so close to these houses. They are only a few yards away, but we aren't expecting to see any evacuation orders in place as we head into the evening. People have been coming by to check out the fire all day long, but I can tell you right now, the smoke that you're seeing behind me, it has really died down over the last several hours. It seems like crews are doing their job up there. We actually got an update from a fire chief with Boulder Fire just within the last hour, and he tells us that the fire is difficult to contain from the air because of the terrain up there. The water they were dumping was actually not being as helpful as the ground crews that are up there. But he says right now the number one concern is actually firefighter, I should say, danger, because the terrain is, as he says, nasty up there. So it is.
Yeah, no kidding. Like, you have to be freaking Alex Honnold to be over here. Like literal mountain climber territory. Yeah. Well, hopefully it does not spread too far, although with the difficulties that those firefighters are probably going to have to face, maybe overly optimistic. All right, let's talk about Hurricane Beryl. We definitely have covered what happened with Hurricane Beryl, at least the initial turning into a Category 5, hitting Mexico, then hitting Texas as a Category 1. It hit the Caribbean with just all of its force at the beginning. Just utterly devastating. Just, what was it, Grenada, Jamaica was pretty fucked up, Trinidad, I think, too. But, it has done some fucking weird shit. Really weird. But before we talk about that weird shit, let's talk about the aftermath of Beryl in Texas, where currently, at least as of 13 hours ago, according to ABC News, at least 1 million Texas customers were still without power.
Outrage is growing in Texas, where more than 1 million customers are still without power days after Hurricane Beryl. Faith Abube is in Houston with the latest for us. Good morning, Faith.
Good morning to you, Michael. There is a lot of anger and frustration. Day 5 since Hurricane Beryl hit Texas, there are still about 1 million customers without power. And the outages are straining hospital resources. In fact, we're in the parking lot of NRG Arena here in Houston, where officials have set up a transitional hospital ward. That is because it is so hot and unsafe to release patients who don't have power at home that those patients are being brought here to create room in the hospitals. There are 12 hospitals across the county right now that officials say are an internal disaster, meaning they don't have enough staff or resources to take care of the flood of patients who are coming in. It is hot all the time, but especially during the day where sometimes it feels like the triple digits. People are miserable. They're uncomfortable. One couple that lost their power told me that it is so uncomfortable that their only reprieve from the sweltering temperatures is when they go to the hospital for the wife's cancer treatments. Now, Governor Greg Abbott has been out of the country on official business, but the lieutenant governor speaking on his behalf, calling for an investigation into the main power provider here, asking them why they've left so many people in the dark for so long. Rebecca.
So much stress on that area, and we hope they get relief.
Yep, it's probably that. That's my guess. I'm not an expert, but so yeah, I don't recall hearing what the name of that power company is, but yeah, shockingly, power company failing to do its job, leaving 1 million people without power. They seem concerned. My guess is they might be without power, at least one of them. You would think, considering it's 1 million people in a place that, I mean, I'm trying to think of exactly how many people live in Houston. I think it's like, what, 4 million? Maybe less. Hold on. Let me look it up. Less than that, 2.3 million. So 50%. We were looking at 2 people. One of them is probably without power. That's just the math of it. Okay, there should be one power company, and it should be the U.S. power company. That's a good plan.
It's science.
Okay. I just want to look at this just to drive the point home on this. Because I think, if I recall correctly, this one shows people lining up. They don't have power.
Okay. Thank you.
In Houston, Texas, another long line
Wait,
for supplies in scorching 90-degree heat.
God damn it.
As more than a
Please wait. Why does my software hate me? Come on. You can do this. I believe in you, Streamlabs. Oh, wow. Come on. Wait. What's happening? It just switched, but I can't see anything different. It looks the same. What have you done? What is happening? This is unacceptable. I'm clicking, and yet you refusing to transition. Why? Why do you hate me? You know what, Streamlabs? I don't appreciate you. I think I've probably said that before. I just want to make sure that you know that in no way we appreciate your shenanigans. Freya South. Well, this is an alternate account to someone else's. Wait, I don't know who that means. Oh, it's Choki. Okay. Okay, now it all makes sense. Aside from the stream software, which still doesn't make sense. And it continues to not make sense. Everything else on my computer is working perfectly fine. A bunch of honestly really complicated shit's going on, not on the stream software. And yet it's the stream software that is having the problems. Of course, because why wouldn't it be the one? It's the only thing I pay for out of all of these things. That makes sense. Checks out. That checks out. This is incredibly rude.
How rude.
Okay, well, while this is loading, because it's clearly going to do this for a second, I don't know how long, I'm going to pee. I'll be right back, chat. Okay, so this is real weird. Like, I think we can all clearly see that everything seems to be running perfectly fine. Got the void lamp voiding it up. We got Earth spinning as usual. And yet oh, wait. Yay. It's working. Oh, so good. So good and so great. Thank you for working, software. I know I besmirched your name just moments ago, but now that you're working, I have zero complaints. I take it all back. Alright, let's look at the aftermath of Houston, where massive lines of people in need of aid.
Texas, another long line for supplies in scorching 90-degree heat as more than 1 million people go a fourth day without power after Hurricane Beryl.
All of our food ruined the day before yesterday, so we haven't eaten since the day before yesterday.
Nearly 2,000 miles away, remnants of Hurricane Beryl blew through New England with deadly flooding.
Okay, we don't need to talk about New England yet. We are gonna get there. Settle down. Yeah. I appreciate you subbing with your alternate account. Does even if it's just one account, it adds to that sub number that needs to be going up. And I'm just gonna remind everybody who's here to subscribe if you haven't already. I know that some of you aren't subscribed. Statistically, somebody is currently watching this that is not subscribed. At least one person. I think, in fact, take it back. There's probably like somewhere between 5 and 10 people. Seemingly every stream. There are people who come, watch. Perhaps they're just lurking. They could even be in the chat. Ah, good God. It's a goddamn epidemic. Okay. Before we go to New England, let's go to New York. And this is fucking wild. Okay? This is not the story I was expecting. And this is from, I think this happened 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 fucking days ago. I meant to talk about this with you yesterday, but because the stream wouldn't work, thankfully I fixed all the problems we had yesterday. And, yeah, sorry. I would have liked to talk about this, tell you about this immediately, but this, you know, shit happens. But this is insane. And if you haven't heard about this yet, well, now is the time for you to hear about this. A fucking tornado, multiple tornadoes actually, touched down near Buffalo, New York, leaving just a trail of destruction. And apparently, this was part of the remnants of Hurricane Beryl. So shortly after it made landfall, this storm pushed up north, hitting multiple states. So yeah, let's look at this one first, I guess. Hurricanado, that's right.
Now we take you farther south to Chautauqua County. The most dramatic video that we've seen is this roof being ripped from a home in the town of Arkwright. Forestville is another hard-hit area that is still in recovery mode tonight.
I was working on a trailer in the shop when it came through. Sounded like a jet engine coming across the hill, so we came out to look at what was going on, and we realized that the tree parts that were flying at us were probably a good indication we should go inside.
Damn.
Terrifying moments for town of Arkwright resident Brandon Mead.
When the roof blew at me and wiped out the shed that's behind you guys now, it was a good thing that the wind was blowing just a little bit, not right directly at the window.
He says he's never seen anything like this in his entire life.
The barn behind me collapsed. That's probably insignificant compared to the house. The roof blew off the house, the end wall's blown in. That's going to be a big project to get cleaned up.
He anticipates his schedule being backed up for about a month in order to fix the damage done.
The end of that house is a 34-foot tall wall, and that's pretty much blown in. There's a beam, vertical beam.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. New York does not see tornadoes, okay? Not a normal thing for New York. Like Wisconsin, which we talked about recently having a tornado as well. And yeah, we are going to look at some more of the damage from this. But it's in the next video, because this one's just interviews. What's the next one? Okay, this is a completely different area than where this guy's house is. So it's I'm pretty sure that multiple tornadoes touched down in the area. All right, oh, there we go. Wait, go back. So yeah, you can see that it just completely leveled all these fucking trees. Just good God. Okay. Next. Oh, this is a different location. Drone video shows the destruction of town of Eden Farm after possible tornado. Yeah, that barn's done. Both of those barns there are done. Good God. This is definitely not what you expect to see so far north. It's wild. For the winds to still be that powerful, even though it hit the United States mainland at a Cat 1 on the other side of the country, I mean, just what? What in the fuck is going on? Well, I think we know what's going on, and it's just, oh, it's very frustrating. Why isn't my stream, why isn't chat in charge? I feel like chat has much better ideas than most of government on what we should be doing. Most days, I would say, you all present better ideas on how to deal with climate change than they do. Not gonna lie. It's the same storm. Exactly, Brandy. Okay, let's go even further north to Vermont, where they were also hit by the remnants of Beryl.
Severe storms in the Northeast, the last remnants of Hurricane Beryl. In parts of Vermont, flash flooding washed out roads, enforced evacuations, and the system also brought a destructive tornado to western New York. Tom Hansen is in Barry, Vermont, in the northern part of the state. Tom, good morning. What are you seeing?
Hey there, Nate. Good morning to you. Well, as you know, we started our coverage of Beryl all the way down in Jamaica. Now we are in Vermont, where there is thick, dense mud that the storms last night pushed into the street here. And I want to give you a sense of just how the consistency of this mud. It is thick, it is dense, and it is everywhere. Now, it wasn't just the Northeast that got hit. All the way down in Texas, some people are still without power.
I was wondering why this guy was wearing one glove. I was like, dude, why are you wearing one glove? Who does this? Who does this? Then he just picks up a handful of mud. I was like, okay, that explains it.
Beryl's long march across the country honed in on the Northeast Wednesday, causing catastrophic flooding throughout parts of Vermont, dumping 3 to 5 inches of rain in a matter of hours and leading to dozens of rescues.
We are all anxious right now.
In Barry, about 150 miles northwest of Boston, the intense rainfall washed out roads, prompting calls for evacuations.
Holy shit.
People there are no strangers to flooding.
Oh my
it was
God.
exactly 1 year ago that more than 6 inches of rain fell in the same area, killing 2 people and causing damage that is still being addressed.
There's a lot of trauma in our city.
Barry City Manager Nicholas Storley Castro says the aging community is having a hard time recovering from the increasing number of storms.
The city has a lot of old infrastructure. We're seeing some of the same problem spots that we had last year reemerge again.
That is incredible.
And this is the kind of stuff, when we neglect our infrastructure, right? That's what is going to be affected more and more during climate change, right? With these sorts of weather events, right? That are unexpectedly high levels of rain, or high levels of wind, or whatever whatever else you might expect, heat, right? all these things become liabilities suddenly, right? Because, for instance, like with regards to like drainage and other sorts of stuff like that, if you have improper or what do you call it, ill-equipped drainage systems in a place that are old, centuries old, whatever it might be, and you know, and you're faced with something like this suddenly. Those things either crumble or fail, one degree or another. In this case, as we could see it pretty clearly, that picture of the water coming down the street at that one spot, I was absolutely floored. But that's what happens. You don't have proper drainage, and suddenly you have a flood's worth of water. It's got to go somewhere. Oh, God. We need to be so much more solutions focused with our government right now, rather than the completely ridiculous sort of things. Like earlier today, we're watching Lauren Boebert completely miscomprehend, or not miscomprehend, just completely misinterpret the Chevron doctrine, which is going to continue to happen, right? We have these just lunatics in Congress right now who are hell-bent on ignoring climate change at all peril, just for a buck. Okay. I'm just going to look at one more video of some of this flooding in Vermont. This shit is wild.
We got about 6 inches of rain, they said. It was coming down. It felt like about 2 inches an hour at one point, and it just totally washed.
This image is just unbelievable.
This culvert, and now we've got a river in our front yard. It didn't seem so bad, and then all of a sudden it got really bad really quick, and it was dark out, and I couldn't really see how I could get out if we had to. So I called the fire department, and they sent waterbury rescue, and they guided myself, my wife, my daughter, and our cat out to safety.
We had no damage in our house. We lucked out in that sense. Yeah, but
yard's pretty well destroyed.
And some of our neighbors lost their cars.
Some of our neighbors lost their cars. Just lost them. Yeah, they're gone. They were here, now the water, and they're not here anymore. You know, I'm working on a video, just all the floods that we've looked at over the last few months or so. Turns out we've looked at an incredible number of them. Might have to do them by month. We have so many of them. Okay. Now here is one that I was like, the fact is starting with what happened in Buffalo, and like from there to here, like I was not expecting either of these places to be hit with any real like damage like this, right? But we're not done going north. We still have to go to Nova Scotia, where they were hit by heavy rains and flash floodings, which yeah, they are also dealing with.
People in Nova Scotia are now seeing the remnants of Hurricane Beryl. Late last night, the province issued emergency flash flood warnings as sudden rainfall overwhelmed ditches, culverts, sewers, and riverbanks. For more on this, we are now joined by Brett Ruskin near Hantsport, Nova Scotia. Brett, thank you so much for joining us this morning. What do we know so far?
Well, Chris, you probably hear some of the water still flowing beside me here. This is the side of the street where I'm on, just one of many examples of the damage caused by this flash flood last night. So the water should be flowing on this side, as it is now. But last night, there was a blockage. I can just see kind of a pile and mound of debris and branches up the stream there. The water flowed across the roadway where I'm standing here into that ditch, really deep in that ditch down. I posted a video on Instagram just how deep it is. It's kind of up to my neck. That's how deep that ditch has gone, eaten away at that area, and then took all of that dirt and all that debris, floated back across the roadway here. Jeez. So there's shale and rocks and all kinds of things on the roadway. One of many examples across this part of the province. We have a map that shows the areas where this flash flood alert was issued last night because of the sudden and severe rainstorm that we had. Again, as you mentioned, the remnants of hurricane and tropical storm and post-tropical storm Beryl that made it.
So yeah, this is like one of the furthest east, like northeast spot. Well, not quite northeast spots, but it's like it's definitely the furthest east spot nearly in Canada. It's north of Maine, and even they got hit by this storm. And this image is fucking just wild. What the fuck? Oh my god. This water is just good. I can't even believe that shit is still standing with this. It shows you the importance of good infrastructure.
Way back across an overland here to Nova Scotia, so a huge volume of water that landed, that hit, that spread across the province. We actually got some numbers within a matter of hours. Last night there was 90.4 millimeters, so kind of 9 centimeters almost of water that fell in the Kentville area, which is where I might head later on this morning as well, just to see what the damage has been like there. But officials are really working on assessing the damage at this point to see which roadways they can reopen and which roadways might need a bit more work before they can be deemed kind of safe for travel again. Chris?
Just like an entire...
All right,
it's just
Brett,
like
Nova Scotia is
like,
unfortunately familiar with...
Like, it looks like a stream until you get to about here. Wait, I'm going the wrong direction. It looks like a stream until you get to about
Chris?
Here, where you realize it's like, no, that's not actually supposed to be a stream. There's a gate right in front of that. Good God. Okay. So yeah. Wasn't just Texas that got hit. Wasn't just Mexico or the Caribbean. Wasn't, just the states near Texas that got hit. It was all the way up to Nova Scotia. In Canada. Totally normal. Especially for the first hurricane of the year. Which also broke multiple hurricane records at once. Totally normal. That's what breaking records is all about. Okay. Now let's go a little bit south. I wasn't expecting to have to do this U-turn. I figured we'd stay on Beryl at one go. Let's go a little bit south here to New York City, where temperatures reach an uncomfortable level on New York City subways. Wait a second.
The concrete jungle that is New York City, it's kind of cool temperature-wise once you go underground on the subway platforms and on trains with broken air conditioners.
Yeah. That does not feel good. Commuters say the Union Square station is the most unbearable in New York City. So we decided to find out for ourselves just how hot it is down there.
Eyewitness reporter Anthony Carlo down below deck with a thermometer. He's live at Union Square station for us. Anthony.
Well, Bill, Sade, I've got that thermometer right here. If this is the concrete jungle, the platforms down in the Union Square station, well, that's the underbelly of the beast. You would think going downstairs out of the sun might give you a bit of a reprieve from this oppressive weather, but no, the temperature, which shows me 93 degrees outside right now, it only ticked up for riders when we went downstairs. No mini fan, rag, or jug of water can save you underground.
This right here takes your breath away.
The further you walk into the station, it hits you like a ton of bricks. You feel like you have no air.
What hell would probably feel like?
Describe for me what it feels like here in the Union Square station.
Well, it's like Sahara Desert, I would say.
It's oppressive. You can feel it. You're wearing the heat.
If you're thinking about leaning on something like this, yeah, you might not want to. Let's check the temperature. 92 on the surface, but what about the air underground?
I bet you it's about over 100 degrees in here.
So far it's showing 98. Time to get a little reprieve here on, thankfully, another air-conditioned subway. We're in good shape. We're in good shape as long as you're on the subway, not on the platform.
Don't go on a...
As long as you're on the subway. Second you leave the subway, though, literally oppressive heat. 99 degrees. And it's only July. It's probably going to get hotter. That'd be my guess. All right, one more video on this. This is more people's reactions about how hot it is.
This right here takes your breath away.
What hell would probably feel like? It's like Sahara Desert.
It's like a sauna that you didn't ask for.
It's oppressive.
The further you walk into...
I fucking love that one. It's like a sauna you didn't ask for. It's genuinely hilarious. Sauna you didn't ask for. I don't know like what it is about that sentence, but it is truly... I think it's the best description from anybody. Rod Serling is missing. I know. I don't know. It's because we're lagging and I forgot to add him to the second screen earlier. I'm going to get him on there. I'm going to get him back on. Don't worry. Don't you worry. I'm sorry, though. Okay. Now, since we're talking about climate change, hold on. I do have to line this one up. But I think a favorite show of at least many in chat, perhaps not all, but certainly one of my favorite shows. They had a great discussion earlier this week about climate change. And where is it? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, there. Yeah. Go. Let's go.
Majority, and you'll get 2 years worth of blades free with your razor. Just make sure to add them to your cart. That's 100 free blades when you head to HENSON shaving.com/majority and use code majority.
That's how much I appreciate.
We'll put a link to all of this in the description wherever people are listening to or watching this. All right, quick break, and we will be back with Dr. Genevieve. We are back, and we are joined now by Dr. Genevieve Gunther, founding director of EndClimateScience.org, affiliate faculty at the Tishman Environment and Design Center at the New School, and author of The Language of Climate Politics, Fossil Fuel Propaganda, and How to Fight It. Thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thanks so much for having me.
So, we're all seeing what's happening in Houston, the increase in these horrific weather events that are just going to ramp up as climate change continues to make itself, the effects of it on the rest of the population. It'll just continue to increase. And I think a lot of us are feeling quite disempowered. Your book does give a roadmap, though, to feeling more empowered, which I really appreciated. But let's, I guess, start here. We can, I think, easily identify the most insane climate change denial, Trump saying it's a Chinese hoax or whatever. But there are more quotidian, pernicious, subtle forms of denial that I hadn't really considered until I read your book. Let's start there. What are some of those forms that you identified?
Sure. Again, thanks for having me on. Let me just start by saying that, yes, the impacts of global heating are going to continue to get worse, but only until we stop using coal, oil, and gas and create an economy that just puts out net zero emissions. So we stop adding greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Once we do that, global warming will halt, and essentially the climate will stabilize into a new normal, and we'll be able to adapt to the extreme weather we have then. The problem is that right now we are not using, we're not phasing out coal, oil, and gas.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's totally right about this, right? For now would be my sort of asterisk to this, right? Because at least from my own understanding of this, there are some tipping points that we don't want to hit. That like, in terms of if all, say all the coral were to die, right? Things like that would have implications for potentially, longer than humans can handle, right? It's just one thing that comes to mind, but yeah, we do have a direct impact on this. Being able to stop this is totally within our control.
We're still developing them. American banks, American oil and gas companies, petrostates around the world are pouring money into new fossil fuel extraction, and this is going exactly in the opposite direction. So what my book does, it talks about this new climate denial, where everyone sort of acknowledges that climate change is real, aside from the really crazy MAGA people who are still calling it a hoax, even as like the very seat of the fossil fuel industry is underwater. Most people, even like the Saudis, for example, acknowledge that climate change is real and that we have to do something about it. But they're advancing a new climate denial, which says we can keep using fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas, and still halt global heating anyway. So this is the narrative. You may have heard it on the news media, from your friends and family, just sort of circulating around in public discourse. It goes something like this. So yes, climate change is real, but to say that it's a danger to our children, the people who are living in our homes already today, is just, quote, alarmist. And anyway, it'll, quote, cost too much to phase out coal, oil, and gas. So the best thing to do is just like rev up our economy and go for more economic, quote, growth.
Yep. That's what I keep hearing. This kind of stuff. Absolutely. She's 100% right. I'm being distracted right now. I don't know how we got onto Dorito talk, but it seems like it's completely taken over chat. Dorito seasoning, Dorito vodka, Dorito flavored coffee. Wait, coffee flavored Dorito. Oh my god. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, this continued sort of either reliance on capitalism to solve the problem, or capitalists themselves to solve the problem, and or to say that actually capital growth, somehow growth, which as we all know is actually to some degree a problem with all of this, it is going to be the actual solution to itself, and it's a fantasy, is what it is. Wait, why are you sorry? I'm confused. Why would you be sorry? I didn't see you do anything. Huh?
Could you drum up?
Because.
Oh my god, why do I suck?
People don't suffer the climate impacts as much as poor people do. And anyway, what we can do instead of phasing out fossil fuels is increase innovation and increase resilience. And anyway, we don't want to do anything in the United States because emissions are still rising in, quote, India and China. So what my book does, it takes these terms, these 6 terms in that narrative, and chapter by chapter kind of dismantles them, shows how they're used as fossil fuel propaganda, and offers readers new terms, a new vocabulary, new strategies for talking about the climate crisis that can overcome that new climate denial and really get fossil fuels out of our system in time to create a livable future.
So I guess that's a great framework.
Yeah, she's great. She really is great. For distracting with Doritos. No, that's fine. It's funny. It's funny. It's making me want Doritos a little bit, but aside from that, no apology needed over here.
For us to talk about some of the myths and the language that does so much work for climate denial. I don't understand how in one breath we can have, people who are
why
virologists or
oh my god, there we go. And now you're paused. Thank you. You're so great. Oh, YouTube, why
television say a few times a year that this is a once in a lifetime weather event, because just by that time frame, it's quite easy to dispel.
I mean, we've already seen literally, now I'm talking about like, once in a lifetime, like more than once in a lifetime, like historical level weather events. I think we've seen at least 6, maybe as many as 10, maybe even more than that. Honestly, it's hard to nail it down because of how many extreme things we've seen. But like the floods in Dubai, the floods. We talked about this. We didn't actually see it happen live on this show or anything like that. But the ones that happened in Libya, and this is just floods we're talking about here. And I think the flood in Texas before the hurricane from a month and a half ago or whatever. That one I think was historical level. I mean, there's like been so many. It's overwhelming. And it's even more overwhelming to think that there are people out there, like a large group of people who think A, climate change doesn't exist, and B, that have either not seen any of this evidence or seen it and said that doesn't mean anything.
Those are some things that you discuss as well, but what's
God, worst timeline ever. Hold on. I think we'll listen to a little bit more to this.
The effort to downplay it or to dismiss people as alarmists when talking about climate change?
I mean, the truth is, once we phase out coal, oil, and gas, and we have created an economy that runs essentially on clean, safe, new energy sources, solar, sunlight, wind, hydropowder, nuclear, geothermal, all the things that we can do to empower our economies, heat our homes, get us around without burning dead dinosaurs. Once that kind of economy is created, literally 90% of the people on this planet are going to be better off because their electricity costs are going to go down, their heating and cooling costs at home are going to go down, their transportation costs are going to go down, I mean, like practically to zero, and everyone's healthcare costs are going to go down because right now fossil fuels are so toxic and are putting so much air pollution into our atmosphere that, you know, phasing them out in the United States alone, this research from the Stanford economist Drew Schindel has shown, phasing them out in the United States alone would give us a healthcare savings of $700 billion a year. So
it would give the people a savings, but it would also, oh God, what about the healthcare companies? Oh no. Oh, they would be left without $600 billion in revenue. They just can't have that. Better just keep it going. But seriously though, $750 billion. Insane. Just on healthcare costs. Not counting the massive amount of damage done by pretty much every one of these events on property. Who knows exactly what that number is? At least I think this year it's insane. I don't know what last year was either. I feel like I should know it. I want to say that that's in the hundreds of billions of dollars too. All right. Look at this. United Nations. Get us talking about weather events outside of the United States. June 24. Hottest on record. Come on, United Nations. Oh, there we go. Now you want to work. Fine. Why is it not switched over to this yet? I want Rod Serling. This is offensive to me. We've hit 1.5 degrees Celsius. The scientific community has repeatedly warned that 1.5 degrees of warming is more severe climate change. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me turn this down just slightly because it's loud as fuck. In 2015, countries adopted the Paris Agreement to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. June 2024 was the hottest on record and the 12th consecutive month to reach or break the 1.5 degrees pre-industrial era. Oh god, I hate this graph. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. Oh, god. Oh, that red line is July. Sorry, from July 2023 to July of 24. And as you can see, they're pretty well separated. 1940s and 50s are all down here. 60s, 70s, and 80s. And then things start getting a little crazy up here. And we've just completely blown past like any of these things. Like, as you can see, most of what the thing that I think is most disturbing about this graph is, as you can see, all of the other data from 1940 to 2020, they all intersect somewhere, right? As you can see, clearly, they intersect a lot in some cases. They're close enough that they, happen to share data points with the previous year, right? Which you would expect, right? Because we have seasons and, things are similar, or used to be at least for a long time. And then we look here, and suddenly, 2023 to 2024, we don't touch a single point on this fucking graph, and it breaks me inside. Oh, it's bad.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
It's important to stress that temporary breaches do not mean that the 1.5 degree goal is permanently lost. Thank you, United Nations, for that very depressing video. Really appreciate that. Let's just go straight to this one from BBC. Extreme weather pushing up insurance prices.
Now let's talk about extreme weather, something we report on here a lot at BBC News, and many of you are all too familiar with its effects. Wildfires, storms, hurricanes and flooding have pushed up costs for the insurance and reinsurance industry. In the UK, weather damage insurance claims were worst on record last year, according to the Association of British Insurers. This massive rise was largely fueled by the succession of storms that struck last autumn. In June this year, Swiss Re, one of the world's biggest reinsurers, said the industry significantly underestimated the fallout from recent natural disasters across Europe and warned that some areas have become uninsurable.
So we've been talking about this trend for months, ever since I started this stream, I think. But specifically, we've been talking about it in the United States, but it's in Europe too, across Europe, as she said. Speaking of Doritos, so life, I ran into something recently. Don't ask me how this happened. I think I saw some YouTube video saying about, like, I'm trying to remember. Like, I think I saw a YouTube video saying that it didn't exist anymore and I was broken inside. So I had to go and double check, as this was a food of my childhood. But I actually found out that they still sell Doritos 3D chips, and like I am very tempted to buy at least one bag out of pure nostalgia.
Texas right now, millions of homes are out of power in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. Well, Mateus Truchet is head of global property and casualty at Allianz Group. I asked him if this problem is growing.
It isn't, as you just said. We can see on a worldwide scale that there's a lot of extreme weather on the different continents. We have everything from droughts to wildfires to really extreme heat. And as the numbers you just quoted show us, the amount of insured losses have indeed really risen a lot. Now, that is not just due to extreme weather, I have to say. There's also a lot of socioeconomic factors, being it claims inflation, being it a higher aggregation of property in hazardous areas, and just also a growing economy as well. And it is very...
Okay. So yeah. It's not just the United States. Insurers are starting to feel like being in insurance, maybe not their thing anymore, really. Seems like we should appropriate, especially in the United States. I feel like we deserve to own, like, pretty much all the insurers, technically. I mean, if you want to get down to it, we bailed out the insurance industry to the tune of trillions of dollars, because they were supposed to be intrinsic to our way of life, that somehow it would be a disaster if the insurers didn't continue to insure things. Well, here we are, and they're not insuring things. So, I say, have the government do it. Get them to give back all that money. It seems like a reasonable plan, if you ask me. Okay. Let's look at an incredibly disturbing video. Associated Press from 23 hours ago. Dozens of whales. And they're not kidding about that number. Dozens of whales die in mass stranding event on beach in Orkney Islands. So if not familiar, Orkney is in the United Kingdom. But this is disgusting. This is horrifying. And most of these things that we've been seeing seem to be pretty much guaranteed to be linked to human-caused climate change and or human activity. This is just ridiculous. It just goes on and on and on. It is... Oh my god. That is heartbreaking. That is fucking heartbreaking. It's got to be more than 100 whales. And who can say exactly what caused it right now? I can't. But, you know, warming oceans, smaller food supply, shipping, you know, overfishing, any of these sorts of human activities, who knows? We've also seen a dramatic increase in an inexplicable condition where different species of fish and other marine life exhibiting extremely strange behavior. One scientist or group of scientists believe that it may be related to extreme algae blooms, as algae is some kinds of algae are toxic, not just to humans but also to marine life. And but yeah, pick a reason, I guess, but don't wait until maybe we get a real reason. But either way, I think we could probably stop a lot of this by just not fucking things up so much. Okay, now let's talk about a completely different situation. I just figure we ought to look at this. Africa's most resilient lion.
This might be Africa's most resilient lion. His name is Jacob, and he's a 10-year-old amputee who survived an unthinkable set of circumstances that made one expert say he really is a cat with 9 lives. He has been gored by a buffalo. His family was poisoned for lion body part trade. He was caught in a poacher's snare and finally lost his leg in another attempted poaching incident where he was caught in a steel trap, one researcher said. But despite all of that, Jacob just broke a record in his home of Uganda. With his brother Tibu by his side, the two swam across the Kazinga Channel, a waterway known for its large populations of hippos and crocodiles. Most lions who cross the channel only make it between 10 and a couple hundred meters in, and many have been killed by crocodiles in their attempts. But the brothers made it, swimming a total of 1.5 kilometers from bank to bank, just under a mile, and likely in hopes of finding females. That feat amazed researchers, who said that lions in the area already face so much on a daily basis. The species is considered vulnerable, and the population that these brothers belong to has seen its numbers cut nearly in half in just 5 years. And Jacob, well, researchers said his journey can only be described as incredible. His swim across a channel filled with high densities of hippos and crocodiles is a record breaker, and is a truly
Wow, just beautiful.
amazing show of resilience in the face of such risk.
Damn, BCat, just deleting messages with your pockets. Wow. That lion did all it could. Truly impressive. Okay. Oh, it's your phone's fault. I see. That makes sense. I blame your phone. Sure, we'd watch an uplifting story about a lion overcoming adversity. Because really, in a way, we all have a lot of adversity to overcome, I mean. To one degree or another. Here's some people overcoming adversity. Associated Press from 17 hours ago. Authorities continue to battle wildfires in Albania. Good God. If it's not flooded, it's on fire. That's the world that we live in right now. You're very passionate about kitties of all sizes? Well, clearly that lion's very passionate about kitties as well. He braved the world's longest cat swim filled with crocodiles. Just to meet some, some lady kitties out there in the jungle. I do hope that worked out for him. Now let's go to Asia. I'm not sure why I did it in this order, but fuck it. Guess we'll do Indonesia first. I don't think we talked about this when it initially happened, but a landslide happened in Indonesia at above a mining site / village. At least 23 people are dead and dozens currently buried, and they are still trying to figure out just how many people are missing, but it is not good. I figured we'd look at this story now. Bone Belango District, Indonesia. This whole cliff is just fucking gone. You've seen a number of these landslides in southeastern Asia, and a lot of these, at least this one, the one in Papua New Guinea, I think we saw one there. Like people that were beneath this were just living in tin shacks, and just, oh god, the footage is just so rough to look at. It's pretty clear they don't have any large equipment to take it away with it on hand, like on site or nearby. It seems like, I think a lot of these have happened essentially in rural areas. Oh god. Being buried alive sounds fucking terrible. Just like the worst way to go. Certainly one of the worst ways to go. Not that I have any real perspective on that. Alright, let's go north to China, where they are being hit by heavy rains as well. Seems like rain is causing a great deal of problems all over the fucking world. Heavy rains have flooded streets in southwest and central China. Hundreds of people have been displaced as water levels rose in several rivers, triggering flash flooding and landslides. Roads were damaged.
据当地气象部门预计，未来2-3天，重庆开州区强降雨天气。水最深的地方已经漫过了车辆引擎盖，部分群众经过，结果熄火。此时积水已经漫过轮胎，一家4口被困车上，使用救援车将被困车辆从积水中拖出。经过道路堆积的山石泥土清理完毕，交通恢复通畅。群众被困在沿街商铺的2楼。 消防员用拉梯搭设救援通道，逐一中线。
Who would block Soul Life and BCAT? That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And let's go to Japan, because they also had a landslide. 3 reported missing in western Japan from 1 day ago, Associated Press. Oh, God. Jesus. Oh my God, it's like a fucking parking tower. Okay. Just wild. All of those landslides, just one after the other. Wait, why did I do it in this order? I fucked up. Whatever. Whatever. I usually try to go west to east, and yet somehow I fucked up. Alright, let's go back to looking at China. I thought I did this better. Fucked up. Yeah, at least 60 people have been, I think, killed by recent landslides along the China-Nepal border. People are being evacuated, but traveling, what's it called? Traveling in this area is very difficult as it's incredibly mountainous, and some of the roads have been damaged from the flooding itself. Extreme weather trapped tourists in Tibet near China's border with Nepal. Heavy rain in the area triggered landslides and floods, cutting off road links. More than 130 people trapped near the Himalayan border between China and Nepal. Footage showed rescuers and residents hiking during an evacuation operation. Major highway leading to the town of Zhentang was taken away by continuous rainfall. Storms in the area are expected to make rescue work difficult. Not great. And let's finish this off looking at this footage. Actually, I'll just go with this. Because Korea, South Korea, was hit by a 200-year rainfall. Of course, more historical level floods every day. Totally normal. That's what historical means. South Korea has not seen rain like this in 200 years. 3 regions saw rainfall at the highest level, the probability of which is seen about every 200 years, according to South Korea's meteorological agency, San Chupamgyung and Gunsan experienced some of the heaviest hourly downpours. Pretty sure I butchered those. 132 millimeters, or 5 inches, is the amount of rain that Gunsan experienced in just 1 hour. The rain caused 4 deaths, including one who was trapped in a lift. Elevator for Americans. In some areas, people were seen wading through waist-deep water. Damn. Train and aviation services were also disrupted by the heavy rain. Okay. It's not hot and on fire, it's flooded. That's kind of our world right now. Well, we got it through first half. Good job, everybody.
We've been talking about saving the Amazon for 30 years. Almost 30 years ago, Sting held a concert to save the Amazon right here in New York.
Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. I know it's difficult considering the content, but hopefully it's at least been informative to all of you. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Both really help out, but the subscriber number is incredibly important, as we need to get to 500 in order for this channel to get off the fucking ground with YouTube. That's right. I know that some of you are watching and you haven't subscribed yet, so do genuinely consider it very strongly. If you already done both of those things and you'd like to help support even more, I've got one great idea for you here. You could become a Galactic producer. That's right. By clicking that link there in chat, and just for a few US dollars a month, you can not only support the Galactic News Network and all that we do, gain access to some super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. So write that down. Or, in lieu of writing it down, go to that link. What's stopping you? Anyway, chat. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick Galactic intermission. Maybe hit the bathroom, grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack. I'll be right back.
It is understood that the protection and preservation of tropical forests can achieve at least 30% of the emissions reductions we need to protect the planet. On behalf I'm so sorry. In the movies we get to do it over. And without the Amazon, without securing the largest standing tropical forest in the world, we cannot achieve a climate solution, and nothing else we do will matter. Thanks to the Letitia Pact, a framework for recognizing and protecting the valuable forest and its peoples, signed by the governments of Guyana, Suriname, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil. There is a way forward. Thank you, President Duque, for your leadership in formulating the pact. But this initiative, this pact, must have funding. It must have teeth. It must have legislative legitimacy. Conservation International has been working in Amazonia for over 30 years. And we are here now to stand with you, to put funding, to put teeth ambition. President Macron, we're sincerely grateful to the French government, which has committed to investing in this effort with a $100 million contribution. Thank you. It's a great start. It is a great start, but it is not enough. On behalf of Conservation International, I'm honored to announce that we are committing an additional $20 million in funding. But we can't do it alone. We need all the help that we can get. This money must go directly to indigenous people and civil society. The people on the front lines, the people on the ground, the people with their feet in the mud. Our efforts will have effect. We will make great progress. And we are not alone. There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
Alright, I hope you all enjoyed that Galactic intermission, but it is coming to an end very quickly. Some of the stuff we listen to is middies. This one isn't middies. The first one we were listening to was middies. The one with, who was that talking? Fuck, I can't even remember. Where were we at? Ah, yes, the global news. We got through the environment. For now. First, I figured we will go the same place we usually go. Somewhere. Not on Earth, but instead in space. That's right, space time. Let's look at this. Associated Press from 2 days ago. Astronauts are confident that Boeing Starliner will definitely safely return them to Earth.
And liftoff of Starliner at Atlas V.
Wait, what's happening?
Two American
yeah.
heroes.
Right.
Drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
We've practiced a lot, so I have a feeling, I have a real good feeling in my heart that the spacecraft will bring us home, no problem. I'll just reiterate again, this is a test flight. We were expecting to find some things, and so we are finding stuff, and we're correcting it and making changes, making updates with our control team.
We did have some degradation in our thrusters, and we know that, and that's why we're staying, because we're going to test it. That's what we do. That's what we do in this business. We're going to get the data that we need to help inform our decisions.
Okay. Okay. Sounds fine. Any doors flying off yet? Nope, just the thrusters for now.
Got some astronauts. They're stuck, Maribel. And a company that a lot of people don't necessarily trust anymore needs to go save them.
I'll tell you, NASA has acknowledged potential alternatives to Boeing's Starliner if needed to bring back astronauts to Earth from the International Space Station. So the Starliner brought the two astronauts to the space station on its first mission carrying people, but the pair have been docked far longer than planned, NASA said. NASA says the pair may return at the end of the month, pending results of testing on a faulty propulsion system.
End of the month.
And the space agency said Boeing's Starliner still remains the primary option for returning crew, but officials did acknowledge that a SpaceX capsule could be part of a contingency plan for returning them if necessary. At the moment, officials don't see any reason.
Interesting idea. Get SpaceX involved. I'm sure nothing could go wrong with that. By the way, that guy genuinely looks like his brain is going to explode. I don't know what it is. Maybe that's the way he always looks. You like her hair? Yeah, it is pretty crazy. That's the thing about zero gravity. Thankfully, on the space station, I have artificial gravity. Oh, I guess we should talk about SpaceX. According to KSBY News from 21 hours ago, SpaceX Falcon 9 successfully launched.
SpaceX launched a Falcon 9 rocket out of Vandenberg Space Force Base this evening. The rocket launched just after 7:35 p.m. and carried 20 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit, 13 of those with direct-to-cell capabilities. The first stage booster landed on a drone ship in the Pacific Ocean, completing SpaceX's 70th mission of the year. More information on the launch can be found on KSBY.
Just what we need. More space debris. Wait, what's this? Breaking news. CBS. SpaceX Falcon 9 suffers in-flight catastrophic engine failure. Oh God, let's go to this.
SpaceX launched a batch of Starlink satellites yesterday, but the engine powering the rocket's second stage suffered a catastrophic failure. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood joins me now from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Bill, what happened?
Well, you know, you're right. This was the first failure like this since 2015. They've had hundreds of successful launches, but during the second stage burn last night, there were two firings of that second stage. During the second firing, the start sequence did not go well, and Elon Musk, the SpaceX founder, reported that the thing came apart. We don't know if the stage exploded, if the engine simply exploded or not, but the fate of those satellites is literally up in the air. They said they had contacted 5 of the 20 satellites. They're trying to raise their orbit to get them where they need to be to operate, but it's not clear that's been successful. They're definitely in a lower than planned orbit, and so it's not a good day for SpaceX.
Weird.
Bill.
So yeah, were we just talking about SpaceX and how they were the backup for Boeing? Maybe we should have just stuck with NASA. Just the ideas. I'm it's a lowly stream lord in space floating, but seems like privatizing space not so good. So yeah. All right, let's move on. Let's move on from space and talk about stuff on Earth. And we're going to start our global coverage across the pond in England. Channel 4 News from 2 days ago. Ex-Labour MP Thangam Debonair, that's quite a name, party's lack of a strong narrative, quote-unquote, on Gaza, quote-unquote, had, quote-unquote, consequences. Okay, let's hear about that.
Well, he's got to get on with the business of governing, and I think that's a pretty full-on job. He sent me a text on Friday morning, and that's nice.
It wasn't. What did it say?
I will say this. After quite a lot of years, Keir still hasn't learned to spell my name right. But it was a nice message, and saying that he was gutted for me and for them, and that's okay.
I don't want to label
just
the point,
just
but
not good enough to check your
learned
name spelling.
to spell your name, given you were in his shadow cabinet for all those years.
Well, some would say it's a tricky name.
It's often said that you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose. But did Keir Starmer campaign in prose and now he's got to govern in poetry?
I mean, I totally agree with that. I think campaigning in prose is fine.
Hold on. This isn't quite the spot I wanted to listen to. Where was it? I think it's somewhere around here.
I did vote for a ceasefire, not once but twice.
Oh, wait, too far.
And our motion.
Hold on.
I think the party does need to look at the playbook, not just of the Greens, but of Reform and the Independents, because they all use the same playbook.
Okay, hold on. Before we get too far. Now, I just want to point something out here. This woman lost her seat to a Green Party member, which I think is good, personally. But for her to sit here and equivocate between, or not, for her to somehow suggest that the Green Party and the Reform Party, which is the former UKIP party, right, is to suggest, it's like, oh God, it's like saying that basically Bernie's MAGA, right, because it hurt Hillary Clinton, right? It's the same thing. It's just in a different country.
The same script, although sometimes it was overlapping. But it's a danger if you get in the habit as a campaigning political party of saying things that are actually not true but sound good. I actually did vote for a ceasefire, not once but twice. And our motion, our amendment to the motion in February, that got through unanimously for all sorts of reasons, but it did. One of them being we knew how to handle parliaments. Now, that wasn't what the Green Party sent out. And it was difficult because I kind of knew from November that I was going to lose the seat, because I thought this is what they'll use, and if my party doesn't communicate what we've done, what we're saying, then obviously voters don't know.
The fact is Labour didn't do enough. So, and not to communicate what they'd done, but they just didn't do enough. Right? And in fact, they did the opposite of supporting anybody who was like pro-Gaza, if you will. They ejected people from the party, right? And I just think this interview is just so fucking cringe. Like I was expecting her to come in and actually say that they weren't taking a strong enough stand. Instead, she came out and essentially just sort of made excuses, seemingly, and it's pretty low, if you ask me. Anyway, we're not going to watch this whole thing. But we do have a couple more stories relating to the UK here today. Here's our second one. Also from Channel 4. Completely different vibe, though. Amazon's Coventry warehouse workers ballot to join a union.
Seferina's shift starts at 7:30 in the morning, but each day she chooses to arrive an hour early, unpaid, to secure a better spot on the floor.
There's always a fight for it every day, so you have to come earlier to get a station.
Seferina says in Amazon's warehouses, where staff are stationed determines the intensity of their work. And here in Coventry, workers we have spoken to say the load is up and morale is down. So Amazon's workers here could be taking part in a historic ballot, and what they're voting for is whether the trade union GNB can formally represent them in negotiations with Amazon. And if the organisers win, then the company will be recognising a UK trade union for the first time.
This is great, right? The fact is, there's been a lot of labor actions all over the world lately. We've been seeing them in Africa, in Asia, obviously in America over the last, couple of years or so. Actually, maybe less. Yeah, I guess it's been like a couple of years that's been going on if you go back. Like at least the big actions that have been happening. And this is great movement here to see this happening with Amazon in the UK, at least in this one particular circumstance. It's not decided yet. Obviously, you might expect already that Amazon is using like union busting strategies, or like pre-union busting strategies, in terms of like a lot of the stuff that they've done in the past, right? Like sort of handing out like anti-union stuff and putting anti-union stuff on walls, talking about all the things people will lose if they supposedly choose a union, whether any of it is true or not. Hard to say. Probably a lot of lies mixed in with a couple of truths, perhaps, that will be most likely circumvented by something else better. But of course, Amazon will do anything to keep people from unionizing and getting more, rights at work. Alright, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. Mostly because we're just so fucking... We've been going for so long tonight. 4 hours, my god. Just crazy. Let's go to this. This has nothing to do with politics. Essentially. It's got nothing to do with anything. Aside from, well, I mean, it's big for a group of people, that being English people. As England recently beat Netherlands in the Euro 2024 semi-final, taking them to the finals against Spain, which I think is happening this weekend. Let's watch some British people get excited. Oh my god. Wow. So many beers. So many beers being thrown. Jerry McLean seems upset about Britain winning the Euro 2024. They'll be insufferable if they win. You're cheering for Spain. Wow, how incredibly unpatriotic of you. That's fine, though. You don't have to want to deal with insufferable drunk football fans. I hear they can be a bit of a nuisance from time to time. But I figure we would, you know, just sort of see the just incredible response from this group of English people. Perhaps not all English people. I don't know. Do you? How long have you been in England? How long do you have to be living in England to call yourself English? That's my question. Like, is that how you self-identify, or do you see yourself as being from somewhere else? I don't know why I'm asking this question. It's not important. Let's talk about NATO real quick, because the oh, you've been there for 21. Oh, well, that's much longer than I thought. But you're still Jamaican first. See, that's why I brought this up. Okay, but yes, what do you call it? The NATO summit happened in DC over the last couple of days. I'm sure most of you are already fully sick of this whole situation. Probably heard plenty about it already, so we are going to try and make it fast. Just want to make sure everybody knows about what's happening and that I've somehow covered everything. Let's go here where Jens, I forget how you say his name, Jens Stoltenberg, or whatever the NATO chief's name is, talk about Ukraine. Where is it? There.
Ukraine's future is in NATO. I welcome your progress on reforms, and as you continue this important work, we will support you on your irreversible path to NATO membership.
I'm grateful to you for your attention to Ukraine and for supporting our people and our absolutely just cause, the defense against Russian aggression. It is Russia that invaded our land. It's Russia that wants to take our lives. It's Russia that kills and destroys, and through this war against Ukraine, it wants to show what awaits other countries if we do not endure. That is why we must endure. That is why we must preserve our unity, all partners. And that is why we must strengthen ourselves so that Russia does not succeed in making...
Who is holding this camera? It is incredibly shaky. Japanese Mormons. What? Huh. Is that a thing? Does that exist?
As Ukraine continues its vital reforms, we will continue to support them on their irreversible path to NATO membership. The work we are doing together now will ensure that when the time is right, Ukraine can join without delay. It is not a question of if, but when. As NATO allies agreed today in our summit declaration, China has become a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine. And China's support increases the threat Russia poses to Euro-Atlantic security. Allies have stated clearly that China cannot enable the largest conflict in Europe in recent history without this negatively impacting their interest and reputation.
I mean, he's kind of right about this, but I mean, Completely skipped India, who was recently gallivanting across Putin's compound in whatever it's called, Golgoskoy or something. But yeah, I don't know what to think these days with this whole situation. I just want the fighting to end. I thought that this was gonna stop literally years ago, but no. Okay, if you haven't seen this, let's watch this. This happened at the UN. I mean, at the NATO conference here. This is Joe Biden introducing Mr. Vladimir Zelensky.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Jesus.
President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President.
I'm better.
You are.
You are better. Okay. Sorry you're tired. Don't be sorry for being tired. That's a perfectly normal response for it being as late as it is for most Americans. It's late. It is late night space radio. Something of an expectation that people are at least slightly tired while watching this show. He also referred to Kamala Harris recently as Donald Trump, and was asked about that by a reporter at this press conference. So I figured we'd look at this. This is also Joe Biden here talking at the NATO conference.
Yes. You earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that. Okay. Thanks.
That is ridiculous. What is he talking about? At least one poll said that. Not all polls are saying that, but they're not. Good God.
Says tonight's press conference. Thanks, everybody. This concludes.
Respectfully, earlier you misspoke in your opening answer. You referred to Vice President Harris as Vice President Trump. Right now, Donald Trump is using that to mock your age and your memory. How do you combat that criticism from tonight?
Listen to him.
Listen to him is his response. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I mean, I could infer, but ugh. I just figured we'd look at some of this footage from the NATO conference before we get talking more about things. One last thing. This isn't the endorsement that I think you want. Let's look quickly at this. Georgia Maloney was at the NATO conference and said that Biden made a great impression on her.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
People behind me take another mission to protect Ukraine long term.
Sì, ho parlato con Biden in diverse
Yes, I spoke with
occasioni
Biden on several
e mi ha
occasions.
fatto una bella l'impressione del presidente degli
He has
Stati
made
Uniti
a good
d'America,
impression on me. He looks
insomma,
like
di una
the US
persona
president would
che
look
sta
like
lavorando, che
a president
ha
who has been working.
organizzato, devo dire, un ottimo vertice.
He was organized, I must say, a
Quindi
great
sì, insomma,
summit.
abbiamo
We spoke
parlato di
about
diverse
many
cose, abbiamo
subjects,
parlato
including
anche
the
di
one
questa
on the
materia
southern
appunto
front.
del Sud che, come lei sa, come dicevo, è una assolutamente una mia...
She completely... That was a dog whistle. That's her talking about immigration, I'm pretty sure.
priorità e
Which, as
quindi
you know, is
insomma,
an
faccio
absolute
complimenti
priority
per
for me.
i
I extended my
risultati di questo
compliments for the
vertice, per
results of this
l'organizzazione del
summit
vertice.
and its organization. Don't forget, George Maloney is a far-right figure who I think has said some wild shit about, what's his name? I can't think of it. Oh, God. Oh, broke. Famous Mussolini. This woman's a problem. Anyway, not that her endorsing Biden's character or whatever else, his ability to hold a NATO summit means all that much, but ugh, just hate her. Just hate her. All right, let's talk about the EU. As apparently, according to the EU itself, Musk's Zitter breached online content rules. This is from Reuters 12 hours ago. Oh, Elon.
Elon Musk's social media company X breached EU online content rules. That was the ruling from EU tech regulators on Friday. The finding could lead to a fine and significant changes in how the site once known as Twitter operates. The EU's move follows a 7-month-long investigation under the Digital Services Act, or DSA. It requires very large online platforms and search engines to do more to tackle illegal content and risks to public security. Regulators pointed at X's dark patterns, advertising transparency, and data access for researchers. It said X's verified accounts, which carry a blue checkmark, do not correspond to industry practice. They also argued it hurt users' ability to make free and informed decisions about the authenticity of accounts they interact with. The European Commission said X has failed to comply with a requirement that companies provide a...
And this is what people have been saying ever since he introduced this policy, right? Everybody said, oh, this is going to cause a problem. How are you ever going to know what content to trust? Who it is that you're actually listening to, talking to, whatever it might be, getting information from. It seemed wildly inappropriate for a site like Twitter. But a brazen capitalist decision purely to make Elon Musk money. Had nothing else. There was no other reason to do it. It's a private company. All profits go to Elon. All profits to Elon. Oh wait, doesn't he have an investor, a Saudi investor or somebody? He might have a Saudi or like a Qatari investor involved. I can't remember who it was. Anybody? All right. Let's skip our way to France, where... Why do I have it in this order? Hold on, fix that. Okay, yeah. All right, go to France here, where apparently a cathedral spire is on fire during renovation work in Rouen. Wait, no, that's not it. God, how are we already 4 hours into this stream right now? Yeah, it's not the Notre Dame Cathedral. This is a different one in Rouen. But as you can see, there's renovation work going on at the top of the spire. And it's on fire. Let's go straight to this next one, actually. This is I-24. Not I-24, France 24. English. Where they decided to break down a conspiracy theory that is circulating in internet circles in Europe, where apparently people are claiming that the fire at the cathedral is somehow an anti-Christian act.
Let's now turn to Truth or Fake, our daily fact-checking segment here on France 24. Vendetta, we're not going to be speaking about AI models, but we're going to rather turn to events here in France. The spire on the cathedral in Rouen, it's a bit of deja vu. The blaze, though, has sparked a wave of misinformation online. Authorities say there's no information on how it started, but Vendetta, internet users, they're saying otherwise. What can you say to us?
That's right, Jean-Emile. The authorities in Rouen have said that the fire's origins in the cathedral remain unknown for the moment, but that hasn't stopped misleading claims from circulating online. For example, if we take a look at this post, this had over 740,000 views there, and this one says that authorities say that it could be a religious attack. And authorities in Rouen, I will make this very clear, have made no indication that there was any religious motive in.
Okay, hold on. Where is she? Oh, yeah.
That upon inspecting that map, it couldn't just be a poorly extinguished cigarette butt that is causing all of those.
Okay, so what they're alleging on the social medias is that this map represents all of the church fires that have happened in France, supposedly, in some period of time. Recently.
Fires in churching across France. So there was absolutely a narrative that was starting to build here along with these posts that churches are at risk, and I very much saw these inflame as this went on. Now there have been obviously some comparisons between the fire in the cathedral in Rouen to the fire that took place in the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris back in 2019. That's very much an event that's etched into people's minds, especially here in France. But what I will say and what I will make very clear is that this image that we're looking at, this map, the age of this map is about the same age as this image over here of the fire in Notre Dame. That is how long that this map has been circulating on the internet, and it's been reposted, rehashed under a slew of different contexts and different claims, a few of which we can take a look at. So it's not recent in any way. Here it is, posted just last week, in fact, by users who are linking it to immigration in line with the legislative elections that took place in France just last weekend. So here it is circulating just a week ago, but well before this fire took place in the cathedral in Rouen. And here it is circulating a little bit longer ago. Here it is back in 2020.
So yeah, it's clearly going all over the place. Now, what it turns out is that it's actually a map from a website. What's it called? I can't remember. It's like whatever. She's gonna explain it
As well. Now, and whilst it's claimed that that map shows all the fires in churches across France, this is misleading because the website Observatory of Christianophobia doesn't just monitor fires on Christian churches. It monitors a lot more than that. It monitors all acts that it deems Christianophobic, and it asks users to input these via a form on its website. So it's not just fires that are monitored.
So yeah, in no way does this represent a bunch of fires. It's literally anything that this random Christian organization's website decides and its users decide counts as Christianophobic, or that they deem Christianophobic, and they just post it. So yeah, completely just manufactured rage. Okay. Let's go on. Talk about this. How do I have this many things to do today? This is insane. A gay man lives near a church and it goes red. Definitely. That sounds Christianophobic as fuck. Alright. Here's an actual more serious story in France where investigators are apparently probing Marine Le Pen's finances.
You could say it's been a bad week for Marine Le Pen. First, her far-right National Rally Party came in third in legislative elections after many predicted it would win. Now, the 2027 presidential hopeful is facing questions about the financing of her campaign in 2022, a race she lost to Emmanuel Macron. The probe was launched following a report by the National Commission on Campaign Accounts and Political Financing, whose role it is to scrutinize candidates' election expenses and funding. Details are forthcoming, but prosecutors say they're looking into allegations of embezzlement, forgery, fraud, and the acceptance of a loan by the campaign. Le Pen.
Woof. That's not great. I mean, it's good for us. I'm thrilled here, but boy, oh, poor Marine. He's probably having such a hard time. Okay. Now, nothing has yet come of it. We will see later on down the line whether this investigation winds up being a fruitful one. So I will try and keep you all informed if and when that information comes out. Now, let's go to a different place. That would be the former Yugoslavian country of Bosnia, where yesterday thousands of Bosnians got together to commemorate the victims of the Srebrenica massacre, which happened in 1995. Here is a peace march.
Thousands of participants arrived in Potosari after 3 days of walking the route many took in July 1995, seeking refuge and freedom. A significant number of participants were children of Srebrenica victims entering arm in arm, just as their fathers did when they navigated the forest. This year was particularly challenging due to the intense heat and difficult terrain. According to the organizers, around 6,000 people walked this year, including 250 children. One of the participants passed away during the march. Dozens of human rights activists held banners in Belgrade on Wednesday to commemorate victims of the genocide. In May 2024, the United Nations approved a resolution establishing an annual day to commemorate the 1995 massacre of more than 8,000 Bosnian Muslims killed by Bosnian Serbs. The vote in the 193-member General Assembly was 84 against 19, with 68 nations abstaining. A reflection of concerns among many countries about the impact of the vote on reconciliation efforts in deeply divided Bosnia.
Oh, God. I know it happened, what, 30 years ago now? But this one just feels like it happened yesterday, honestly. The stuff that happened around the Bosnian War was fucking horrific. Same thing for what happened shortly after that in Kosovo. And if you're not familiar with this particular aspect, which I wouldn't blame you for, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, at least I want to say at least like 10,000 people, something like that, were massacred in Srebrenica. Most of them, I believe, were Bosnian Muslim ethnic minority. And if you're not familiar, you might be familiar with the Dayton Accords, which President Clinton was essentially the leader on. He hosted both sides and got the ceasefire agreement between the two sides. Well, the two main sides, I guess you would say. Because I think that, I'm trying to remember, the Bosnian Serbs were allied with multiple powers. I'm trying to remember, was it Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavic army, and what was it? No, I can't remember. Let's just go to one more, because we have more to do. I can't sit here and rehash the entire collapse of Yugoslavia. Oh, God. This year, 2 of my uncles will be buried. 2 older men who are not carrying weapons. 2 men who are defenseless. My grandfather, who was a pensioner, he was not posing a danger to anyone. He was killed. His body was found in a mass grave. Yeah, that's the thing, is that there's been multiple rounds of finding graves. And then the requisite burials of people. I think this is the 3rd round of burials, essentially. I just thought it sort of thing we should be just reminded of, especially in light of current events with everything else that's going on. And I thought that we would have seen another sort of like a Dayton Accords with what's happening now in Gaza, and yet we've gone 9 months on this one and nothing. And if I'm not mistaken, the death tolls are incredibly similar, and from what we've heard recently, Gaza may have already exceeded the death toll of the Bosnian war. We aren't even going to leave the former Yugoslavian area here in the Balkans. Let's go to Albania. Oh wait, didn't we already talk Albania today? Oh, that was the fires that were breaking out. This is a different kind of fire breaking out. Guardian News from 14 hours ago, where anti-government Albanian protesters are hurling petrol bombs and scuffling with police. Petrol bombs were hurled at Albania's government building during an anti-government protest in Tirana on the 11th of July. Protesters were seen in scuffles with police during protests which accused state officials of involvement in organized crime and corruption. After opposition leader Salih Berisha was placed under house arrest Footage showed Berisha addressing crowds via video link. He is being investigated for alleged corruption and has denied all wrongdoing.
I did everything legal. They indicted me.
You can see them throwing petrol bombs at the mayor's office. There have been no immediate reports of injuries, according to officials. Okay. You don't want police attention in Japan? Yeah, supposedly Japan has a pretty, well, to some degree, slightly archaic, form of justice. Don't have time for that. We do not have time for that. There's another, what do you call it? My volume is 10% and the videos is 100. That is rude. Volume is 10%. That is just offensive. I don't know why. It's the same as it always is, literally. Like I could turn it down. Like I can turn down the video volume. If I were to go here, could turn it down. Someone else complained about that earlier today. Okay. I'll see why immediately. I don't know what that means. All right, let's go here. I figure we'd look at this. We talked about this strike on a children's hospital in Ukraine. It's in fact Ukraine's biggest children's hospital. And it was hit by a Russian missile. Here we look at the before and after shots of this. It's quite a stark dichotomy. Totally normal, and then blam. You look at too many pictures like this. It is genuinely distressing. All right. Let's go south to Africa here, where the president of Africa has decided to sack almost his entire cabinet following the protests, which we were looking at from, I think, last week. As they have actually been continuing for the last week. People have not stopped.
To Kenya next, where President William Ruto has fired every member of his cabinet apart from the foreign minister, claiming he wants to make his government more efficient. Mr Ruto's dismissals of high-level ministers on Thursday follows the government's withdrawal of planned tax increases that sparked protests across the country last month. More than 30 people were killed and hundreds injured as security forces sought to quell the demonstrations. President Ruto himself has faced calls from the public to step down. Speaking about the dismissals of cabinet ministers on Thursday, Mr Ruto said he wanted to make his government more efficient. Well, our senior...
We have, including...
Now, my estimation of this, and I could be totally off, but when you have a massive number of people calling for your resignation, and then you sack your whole cabinet, I think what you're saying is leave me alone. Look, it was all their fault, and I'm fine.
The radical and programs to deal with the burden of debt, to explore raising domestic resources and revenues, expanding job opportunities, eliminating wastage and unnecessary duplication of a multiplicity of government agencies, and slaying the dragon of corruption, consequently making the government of Kenya lean.
So yeah, it's everybody else's fault, not his, of course. Okay, you say so. Lost your phone. That's a disaster. Okay, let's go over here to Asia real quick. Let's talk this as... Yeah, this is a great example of the rampant wealth inequality in our world. Ambani mega wedding highlights India's stark wealth gap. This is from a day ago out of CBC. Yeah, India's, and I believe the world's biggest wedding, which I think cost over $100 million.
It's a wedding so massive, so mega, even the warm-up events put the royals to shame.
How many of you believe in love?
The rarely seen Rihanna.
Thanks to the Ambani family, I am
God,
here tonight.
I'm gonna get a copyright struck.
A Mediterranean cruise with the Backstreet Boys and Katy Perry. And last week, Justin Bieber flown to Mumbai to party with India's 1%. So who's bankrolling the wedding bedlam?
The best way to summarize them would be to say they're our equivalent of the Bezos and Gates families.
The groom is the son of Mukesh Ambani, the chairman of Reliance Industries, now considered the richest man in Asia. And he's spreading reportedly hundreds of millions around, taking over a city and airport for a 3-day extravaganza.
$7,000 for the invitation.
Fucking disgusting.
The lavishness cuts two ways. For some, instilling a sense of pride.
People were going crazy.
$7,000 per invitation just to make the thing? That is gross. That is just, for fuck's sake.
And I think that's part of it, is the world is absorbing this culture that we've celebrated for so long, and now it's been seen as the best fashion moments.
But in a country with a chasm between the rich and poor, others are just turned off.
Yeah, we get it, you have it. That's it. Like,
yeah, we get it.
Show off that much.
A lot of people are feeling like this is just kind of a bit of a slap in the face and kind of out of touch.
But for many in India, weddings are everything.
An average Indian spends about 5 to 15, to some sources even say 20% of their lifetime earnings on weddings.
And so there is support on the street.
I think it's fabulous. It's helping the economy, it's helping everyone, and so I think if they have the money.
Well, this one woman thinks it's fabulous. Okay. I would say it seems like a completely gross use of money. While, I mean, how many stories have we looked at discussing people suffering in India? Meanwhile, spending over $100 million on a wedding, just gross. Hold on, I don't want to watch this whole thing. I just wanted to get this one dude's take on it. I can't remember where it was though. Where this dude's? Oh god, I think he's yeah. Hold on.
The display of wealth and power only highlights the growing disparity between the rich and poor in India.
Oh, you know, there are two sides to it. If I'm an open-minded person, I would say, okay, it's their way of celebrating the money that they have.
This man saying, what is there to see? We can see how the rich are spending their fortune, but while they are spending millions, the poor are struggling to eat.
It's a real stark sort of contrast here, right? We just got done looking at these people enjoying, their money and power, spending millions on celebrating themselves, while this guy is doing an interview outside of what appears to be a building, but that's being very generous, but definitely directly adjacent to a massive pile of trash that seems to be taller than he is. Not shocked to hear that he's disapproving of it. Okay. Let's look at this. This is right next to India here. Or very, very close. UN report from a day ago. This is Al Jazeera English. According to them, Thai banks are enabling the Myanmar military to continue purchasing weapons. And if you're unaware,
an air
somehow,
of disinterest masks the seriousness of the...
Like 3 years ago or so, the Myanmar military couped the Myanmar government, and so they're the ones who are currently running things and have been accused of, and well, beyond accused of, they have been committing ethnic cleansing. Most specifically on the Rohingya people, but not only.
Parliamentary committee meeting in Bangkok. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in Myanmar came to brief officials from Thailand's biggest banks. A report by Tom Andrews has found Thai banks are now the main facilitators of transactions and purchases made by Myanmar's military.
We have a responsibility here as human beings to stop this horror, and there's an opportunity to do it.
The UN says the military junta, aided by foreign banks, is increasing attacks on civilians as it fights a widening war against rebel armies.
So yeah, not great news, but at least somebody's kind of looking into it, I guess. You know, the UN is at least asking for Thailand to stop. Will that happen? Yeah, if you put me to giving an answer, I'd say probably not. Okay. let's go with this. As the, just wanted to wrap it up here in Asia, South Korea, as Samsung's union is saying they will continue their strike indefinitely until their demands are met. We talked about this, I think, a few days ago.
A strike at Samsung is now set to go on indefinitely. That was the word Wednesday from the union leading the stoppage. The NSEU has about 30,000 members, representing almost a quarter of the tech giant's South Korean workforce. It's demanding improved pay and leave, but says management has shown no willingness to talk since the strike began this week. Union boss Son Woo-mok spoke at a news conference Wednesday.
The important things we're considering are the company's founding day holiday, wage increases, and improvements to the performance bonus system for union members. These will be the main priorities.
Samsung said the strike had caused no disruption to output so far. The company said it remained committed to what it called good faith negotiations. However,
good faith negotiations, sure. Yeah, Samsung? Yeah, okay. I'll believe it when I see it. Fact is, Samsung can basically do whatever the fuck it wants in South Korea. Like, literally. Okay. Well, I guess it's time to start talking about the Middle East, which, over the last couple of days, without streaming, I have accrued a massive number of videos to talk about. I guess we'll start in... I guess we'll talk about this. In Lebanon first, Israeli fighter jets strike central Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah, according to Israel. Your Samsung is the boss of you.
Israeli military has carried out several airstrikes on Lebanon in the past few hours, and in one attack, it says it hit a Hezbollah site in Yanta, a village in central Lebanon. Now, the Israeli army says it was targeting a Hezbollah air defense system. Most of the attacks have been confined to the southern region near the border, but this isn't the first time the Israeli military has struck deep inside Lebanon. Let's cross over to Assad Beg, who's in southern Lebanon. What more do we know about these recent strikes, Assad?
Well, we understand that there have been several airstrikes, artillery strikes, and drone strikes in the early hours of this morning. Now, if I can just run through some of those with you, we understand a drone strike hit Barachil. We understand artillery strikes on the town of Yarun, a drone strike on Hadatha, airstrikes on the outskirts of Tulin. There's been 5 missile strikes in the Bekaa Valley on the town of Navi Sheet. Now, that's interesting because this is only the second time Israel have targeted that town. Last time was in April, where they claimed that they were targeting a facility that was manufacturing weapons. Now, these strikes are ongoing, and you just mentioned Israel claiming that they targeted a town in central Lebanon where they were targeting Hezbollah's air defenses. Now, every time Israel carries out these strikes, whether it's a drone strike or an airstrike, it's going into Lebanese airspace. It's a violation of Lebanese airspace. And Hezbollah would say that they're trying to deter Israel from doing this. But again, these tensions do continue, and there have been constant cross-border attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, every time that Israel crosses that border in one way or another, it's a violation of Lebanese territorial sovereignty. Good God.
Illegal.
So, you may not be shocked by this next video, but this is from directly after that. This is Wyon. I think I always say that wrong. I think it's supposed to be Weon, but whatever. Wyon, 2 days ago, where, according to them, 2 people were killed in the Golan Heights after Hezbollah responded to Israeli attacks. I can't believe it's been frozen this whole time. You all, hold on. You all are going to get a free
The
rod.
Israeli police has said that two...
We've been going hours, and it hasn't switched yet. I'm very offended by it. But, yeah. You're going to get a free Rod Serling next stream because basically this stream has been completely devoid of Rod. But you clearly deserve that support character, but are not receiving it. That's not fair. Oh, that's not how you do that.
Killed by rocket fire in the annex Golan Heights. The Lebanese militant group retaliated after a former bodyguard of its leader was killed in an Israeli strike. Now, according to open source intelligence monitor Yasser Bash, and a senior member of the Hezbollah, as well as the former bodyguard of the Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah, were eliminated by an Israeli airstrike on a vehicle along the Beirut-Damascus highway, following which 2 Israelis were killed as Hezbollah fired dozens of rockets at the Golan Heights. Israeli police said that 1 rocket hit a car, instantly killing a man and woman. Police said that firefighters battled several fires that were set off as a result of the rockets that fell on the ground. Meanwhile, Lebanon's Hezbollah published an almost 10-minute video showing footage of 17 military sites in the Israeli-occupied Syrian Golan Heights.
Yeah, and I think we watched one of these videos recently, so we're not going to watch this. But yeah, seemingly Hezbollah continues to release more and more of these videos showing that they have the capability to enter Israeli airspace and get positioned over different military targets without Israel finding out, as they've been able to make these flights with apparent drones and be completely undetected. Leads you to wonder why Israel is continuing to push this war with Hezbollah in Lebanon. But the fact is I think we know why. At least many of us probably know why. It's probably like 95% Netanyahu, right? Saying to himself, gotta keep some conflict going, otherwise I'm going to be ousted from the presidency. Let's go to this. Now, we're going to start talking about Gaza here in earnest, but first, we're going to look at some stuff relating to either U.S. foreign policy or protests, which are still ongoing. This is footage from Global News from 11 hours ago, where Montreal police cracked down on pro-Palestinian protesters following the dismantling of the McGill encampment. They went into the streets, and police didn't like that, so I guess we'll look at what that entailed.
Pro-Palestinian protesters gathered at Phillips Square on Thursday night to denounce the dismantling of the McGill encampment. The demonstration started around 8:15 p.m. and moved to the streets shortly after. According to Montreal police, some protesters were masked and being hostile. They say fireworks were thrown in the direction of officers. The window of a bank on Peel and de Maisonneuve was also smashed. Police used tear gas to disperse the crowd. Authorities say one 22-year-old man was arrested for obstructing police work and assaulting a peace officer, but was later released. They add there were 2 cases of assault against officers. In an Instagram post, protesters described the police intervention as excessively violent.
Yep. That's what you get for free speech, I guess. Now, let's look at some stuff the State Department said. You know what? I say... Let's think here. Yeah, so let's go to this first. The Majority Report, where they decide to look at some footage. Oh, I can't remember this woman's name right now. She's a Vice reporter. She asked Matthew Miller, former DOJ, now turned State Department ghoul, said that, no, we won't change one bit. When she asked about the famine in Gaza.
Here is Vice News Hind Hassan. I didn't realize Vice News was still sending reporters to the State Department. Good for them. Matt Miller is responding to the idea that there is increasing famine in Gaza. Yesterday, the UN experts on famine declared that famine was now spread throughout the Gaza Strip. It was in northern Gaza. It cites multiple Palestinian children dying of hunger and malnutrition in Gaza.
And as a reminder, Israel controls the borders, land and sea for Gaza militaristically, so they determine what goes in and what goes out. This is different than any other sovereign nation that might be experiencing famine. This is as imposed as it could possibly be.
The U.S. is apparently going to try and ramp up their pier for like one more week before they permanently disable it. It has never really functioned in the way that they were hoping. They were never able to get much off the beach anyways. Here is that exchange at the State Department.
The United Nations warned of widespread starvation in Gaza all the way back in December. We've had aid organizations and relief groups. We've said over and over again that Israel is using starvation as a tactic of war. We've had 12 US government employees who've resigned, and they accuse the US government of undeniable complicity in the starvation of Palestinians. Doctors we've spoken to at Al Jazeera have told us that they, in part, also blame the US government for the horrors that they are seeing. How do you respond to the allegations of complicity of the US government, and what more will it take for the US to stop Israeli military funding?
So let me just take the humanitarian assistance piece first, because you raised that in the introduction to your question. So it is the United States that has secured all of the major agreements to get more humanitarian assistance into Gaza. Going back to the very early days, the first week after October 7th, the Secretary traveled to the region and the President traveled to Israel, and together convinced Israel to open Rafah crossing to allow humanitarian assistance in. It is the United States that worked to open Kerem Shalom to get humanitarian assistance in, to open Erez Gate in the north. It is the United States that has worked day and night in the region, in Washington, in other capitals around the world.
Wow. Matthew Miller is fucking rewriting history for us all right now.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
To coordinate a humanitarian assistance effort to get food and water and medicine to the Palestinian people. It has not been enough. There are obstacles. Sometimes those are logistical obstacles coming from Israel. Sometimes those are the nature of moving humanitarian assistance around in an armed conflict. But when you look at what has actually happened, the sad truth is there is widespread food insecurity in Gaza, and we have worked to try and address that. But when you saw the IPC, the group that actually measures famine, come out and make assessments, they warned that famine was imminent. We worked hard to get gates open and get more humanitarian assistance in. In their last assessment, which came out after the time they predicted famine was going to occur, they came out and assessed that it had not yet happened, which is not at all to say that the conditions are good. Of course they're not. They remain dire for the population in Gaza. But We continue to work to get humanitarian assistance in, and will continue to do so. I cannot tell you the amount of work that the Secretary has put into this, that the President has put into this, that others in the government have put into this, and will continue.
Whenever he says, I cannot tell you how much work we've been putting in, because I feel like it's a theme, like it's something he's said on multiple occasions. What comes to my mind every time is that there's an asterisk at the end of that statement, and that asterisk says, because if I did tell you how much time we were actually spending on it, you would probably have more uncomfortable questions for me.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Continue to put into it, and that's not to mention.
Here's the thing. I mean, I'm sure it's been very difficult to get the Israelis to allow for aid to come in, particularly when they're not using any of the mechanisms in which would convince the Israelis to allow aid to get in. I don't get, credit for trying to hammer in a nail with a toothbrush when there's a hammer sitting right next to me.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't say like, well, you don't know how hard I've been hitting this. I've been banging it. I mean, look at my hands are raw because I've been using this toothbrush to hammer in this nail when there is a hammer right next to it. And I know there's a hammer there, and I refuse to use it.
Yep.
And so...
Seriously, though. As always, Sam, on point. For instance, the first thing that comes to mind is the fucking aid pier. The third of $1 billion aid pier that we, put in place, then broke, we fixed, then relocated, and then relocated again, and got such a fractional amount of aid in that it's basically inconsequential and just a net loss for the American people and pretty much everyone who had to say words about that pier, such as myself. Not that it's about me, but how many times did I have to talk about that fucking pier? It was a waste of my goddamn time. All of yours times, too. And for that, I apologize. And that's just one of many examples of idiotic solutions that the State Department has come up with for all of this, and or the Pentagon. Ugh, okay. Let's look at this disturbing snippet from Matt Miller. This one's from 3 days ago. Actually, this might have been the same press conference. I can't be sure, because MR was clipping it 2 days ago. This is Middle East Eye. 3 days ago, U.S. aware that the death toll in Gaza could very well be more than reported.
Are you aware of the Lancet group report? It's a medical magazine, British medical magazine, that is.
All right, he does explain it.
The deaths as a result of the war in Gaza to be 186,000, and of course it's taken into account. The expert took into account indirect deaths, that have happened thus far and may happen as a result of the war, including disease and other things and starvation.
So
Are you aware of that?
I have seen the report, and I will just say whatever the number of civilians that have actually died as a result of this conflict, we know that it's far too many. Yeah. And far too many civilians have been needlessly.
And the fact is that even he's slightly underestimating it because he's sticking to the report, right? But the fact is that we read that Lancet report together on stream, I think it was Tuesday, I think it had to have been Tuesday. Wow, everybody really hates Matthew Miller. I don't blame you. He's a very, very sneaky snake. You are right. The fact is, we read that Lancet report, and that 186,000 is actually a conservative estimate of what it could be. Because it essentially said that it could be somewhere from between 5 and 20 times as many as the reported deaths, right? The unintended, sort of tangential sort of deaths that aren't a result of a bomb or a gun or a tank shell, but in fact is tangential, sort of related death, but not direct death, such as starvation and illness, and or say running away from destruction and dying from that, right? How many patients have we seen being rushed out of hospitals, right? How many old people have we seen carrying their entire lives on their backs across the fucking country, right? How many of those people died, right? That's not a direct death, right? Stuff like that. And it's just, it could be much, what I'm saying is it could be much higher, right? According to that report, it could be much, much higher. And it is disturbing to hear them even acknowledge that they know that it could be much higher.
Killed as a result of this conflict. Far too many civilians have been needlessly killed as a result of this conflict. And that is why we are working so hard, including negotiations that are going on this week, to try to reach a ceasefire that would alleviate the suffering in Gaza, that would bring home the hostages that continue to be held, and ultimately put us on a path to hopefully ending the war. The death toll could very well be more. We know there are potentially people who are under rubble who have not been counted. But it goes to the point I was making. Whatever the number is, the reported number already is far too high. The reported number already is unacceptable, the number of civilian deaths. So, of course, something higher than that would just be further tragedy. But we long ago passed the stage where this has been a horrific human tragedy for some time.
God, I hate Matthew Miller. This dude sucks so much. He is just the worst. But I am, and I gotta apologize for this, but we have to watch one more Matthew Miller clip, okay? I know it's frustrating, and I know he has the smarmiest face on earth, maybe the most punchable, certainly according to this chat. It's not me saying it, it's you saying it. Just fucking with you. Okay, sorry, but yeah, we have to watch one more, because this one is even more frustrating somehow than that one.
Just to follow up on the comments you gave about this strike in Kyiv in the hospital. Obviously, this has happened very quickly, only a few hours ago. Could you talk us through how you're able to come to those kind of solid conclusions about, this is a Russian attack? We've seen this pattern.
I could get into our ability to look at missiles that are launched. I could get into the Ukrainian military's ability to look at missiles that are launched.
I'll listen to this
talk about
smarmy
that with
answer.
respect to any one strike. But also, give me a break. There's no one else launching missiles at Ukraine right now.
Right. No,
There's no one else launching attacks at Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's pretty clear that it came from Russia.
No, totally.
Guess what I'm
we
getting
can
at
all
is,
put that together.
In the other situation that we're often talking about in Gaza, when there are strikes, there have been strikes that have hit hospitals, other facilities, universities. In those cases, and in some cases, U.S. weapons are actually involved in those strikes. But you've been pretty unable in a lot of those cases to say definitively what happened. Why the disparity there about your sort of information gathering?
So the disparity.
He was so smarmy about it. He was like, come on, what do you mean? Who else is, he's like, oh, this is a ridiculous question. Where is this even going, man? And then the other shoe drops. It's like he's never played chess before in his life. I mean, this reporter set him up so good just now. Like, how he didn't see the parallels, how he didn't even kind of like hedge as he was going into that answer with what I assumed was a pretty clear setup, but he just fell for it. Like, oh my god.
Is in the context of
Oh boy, here we go.
Events.
Here we
Sometimes
fucking
there are
go.
other attacks where there's an exchange
sure.
of fire between
Oh,
Hamas
wait.
and the.
Wait, so you're telling me that that Ukraine isn't exchanging fighter with Russia now? I'm sorry, what?
I don't want reality.
Sorry, pal, but that is just wild fiction, okay? To suggest that Ukraine isn't firing back, because that's what he's doing here, right? He's saying, well, you know, that's different because Hamas is sometimes firing back at the IDF, so, you know, what about that?
And it's clear, or it's unclear, I should say, when one specific site was damaged, whether that damage was from
Which one was
IDF
it?
munitions, Hamas munitions, or both, which sometimes happens in a.
This guy is disgusting. This guy is just disgusting. And he fell for that so hard. And that is the worst answer you could give. And honestly, that was a Freudian slip, right? To some degree, right? Right? He said clear first, because that was reality, right? And he's like, wait, no, it's not clear, because... and he's like, oh, God. Oh, man. You used to work for the DOJ, pal.
Illegal.
Okay. Oh, we're going to have to skip a couple of these because we are... Wow. 5 hours and 11 minutes? Whew. It's a long, long stream. Would you believe me if I said I cut this list down? Okay, let's go to this. God, we definitely don't have time to do all of this. Because I have to end this before 6 hours. Otherwise, YouTube doesn't allow me to download it. It's one of the most ridiculous policies I've heard of. Alright. God, I think I'm just broken inside from listening to that much Matthew Miller in a row. I'm sure you're feeling similar vibes right now. CBS News. 2 days ago. New peace talks appear to be faltering as Israeli attacks kill dozens. Now they appear to be faltering. Okay.
Turning now to the war in Gaza, multiple Israeli airstrikes in Gaza have killed dozens of people in the past 2 days. Those attacks and a renewed Israeli offensive in northern Gaza are complicating talks for a ceasefire. Holly Williams is in Israel with the latest on the fighting.
An Israeli airstrike on a school sheltering displaced Palestinians in southern Gaza killed at least 25 people, according to an Associated Press reporter who counted the bodies. In a statement, Israel...
Oh my God, CBS. Oh, how many CBS videos have we seen on Gaza that were just incredibly disappointing? But that was the most based thing they've ever said. Wow. How many times have we heard them say the phrase Hamas-run Palestinian Authority? Or not, Hamas-run Gaza Health Authority, or whatever it's called. I can't even, my brain just broke just because like hearing them say that just totally blew my mind. I mean, The Associated Press, somebody from the Associated Press actually sat there and counted them all. Well, I guess we can't blame Hamas on the body count now. Oh my god. Just wow. This is me right now. I'm living in the Twilight Zone. Even CBS can't ignore the facts. What is happening?
The military said it used a precise munition to kill a militant who took part in the October 7th attacks.
So one person
and is reviewing the incident.
Oh, good. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. At least Israel's reviewing the incident. Oh, God. Killed 30 people to kill a supposed militant. Okay. Okay, 30-1. Civilian casualties to unproven Hamas militant. All right. All right. We will wait for the evidence, I guess, but doesn't seem good. Fact is that after this happened, Hamas leaders were very concerned and said that if Israel continues what it's doing, it would jeopardize the peace plan that they have offered, which was the exact deal that the United States claimed to be an Israeli deal. If you missed it, they did in fact, remove the amendments that they had made to that deal and came back with the the old deal verbatim. But Israel, if you're not shocked, does not. I'm sorry. Oh God, this is what happens when it gets too late. But you may not be shocked to hear that Israel is still continuing these attacks and saying that they don't want any deal that doesn't include their continued assault on Hamas inside Gaza, of course. How else do you justify killing civilians? Okay. Let's quickly look at this. We'll look at that one. The weekend. This is from 12 hours ago. Actually, no, I'm going to skip that just because it's so goddamn late. We'll look at both of those tomorrow. Yeah. Al Jazeera English, 2 days ago. Israeli army drops leaflets again, ordering Palestinians to leave Gaza City again.
Now, Israeli forces dropped leaflets ordering Palestinians in Gaza City to move south, saying the area remains a dangerous combat zone. Israeli snipers were targeting people who tried to leave. In central Gaza, a strike on a home near Nusayrat refugee camp killed 4 Palestinians. The injured were taken to the already overwhelmed Al-Aqsa hospital in Deir al-Balah. At least 14 Palestinians have been killed across the strip so far on Wednesday. All right, let's just, we're going to go over to our correspondent, Hamda Salhout, who joins us from Amman in Jordan, because Israel has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel. So, Hamda, let me just clarify what's happened, and then I'll ask you the question. So, we had these leaflets, as you know, dropped that started with, to residents of Gaza City, here are the safe corridors, and ended with Gaza City is a danger zone. Now media reports, Israeli media reports, saying, well, not all of Gaza City was ordered to evacuate according to what they've understood from the Israeli military. What is the Israeli military saying then?
Well, the Israeli military around 9 a.m.
You would love a Mac computer, but they're too expensive. Well, if you really, really, really want a Mac computer, I have one suggestion for you. Now, this is something that not everybody's capable of doing. I don't blame you for not trying this, but just gonna throw this out there. You could buy a used Mac on eBay. Like, search for one with bad specs, aside from the processor, and if depending on the model, graphics, but the rest of it doesn't matter, because you could take it apart and switch it all out, right? Now, if taking apart a Mac sounds scary to you, then I wouldn't recommend doing that. But if you or someone you know has the technical savvy to be able to take apart something like an iMac or a Mac Mini, which is actually a good point, Snicks, because Mac Minis are actually they're much easier to take apart than an iMac, like drastically easier, although I've done both. You can buy one with like an optical drive and like no RAM in it, and you could just swap it out for a solid state and a few sticks of RAM, and just be in a completely different world of computing for a drastically reduced price on those new Macs. Because yeah, buying a brand new Mac is like, it's like burning money. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. But we don't need to listen to this whole thing, so I'm gonna move us on. Fact is that Israel is not slowing down in any way, even with the peace talks going on, even though they claimed, even though they sent a delegate to the peace talks, they militarily are pretending like those peace talks don't exist, as usual. Where am I in my list? Let's go to this. This is from a day ago from Al Jazeera English. 60 bodies recovered in Shujaiya after Israeli ground assault.
Israeli forces have killed at least 50 Palestinians in Gaza in the past 24 hours, and fighting continues in Gaza City's Shujaiya district. Palestinians returning to parts of the neighborhood found most of their homes in ruins. Last week, the UN estimated tens of thousands of people have been displaced during Israel's 2-week operation in that area. And the Palestinian civil
PB getting ahead of me. We're not actually watching that piece, but we are, in fact, looking at an interview of the same man, which has been in my list now for a couple of days, literally next. So you're almost predicting the future right now.
is appealing for humanitarian aid to recover those who are still trapped under the rubble. Hind al-Khudari is joining us from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Hind, what more are you hearing about the situation in Shujaiya right now?
Direen, the civil defense team just revealed that they were able to retrieve 60 dead bodies from al-Shujaiya. Those Palestinians who were trapped under fire under Israeli airstrikes, artillery shelling, and Israeli quadcopters and drones. The Israeli forces invaded al-Shujaiya for more than a week, and no one was allowed or able to go into that area because there was intensive fighting and there was endless airstrikes. There are may be a lot of more bodies still under the rubble, but the civil defense teams are still searching, are still working on retrieving those bodies. And Palestinians who went back to their houses in Shuja'iyya said that there's a massive destruction where, according to the civil defense teams, at least 85% of the houses and infrastructure in Shuja'iyya have been completely destroyed, leaving...
Yeah, and we've actually heard reports of IDF soldiers essentially just destroying all buildings that they like they clear, right? They go through a building, make sure there's nobody in it, and if they are, they kill them, and then they leave behind mines to blow the buildings up as they leave, for no good reason aside from ethnic cleansing. Oh, it's a very frustrating situation. When will it end? All right, now to... Okay. That video we were just talking about. Al Jazeera English, 2 days ago. Everything is permitted, quote unquote.
Illegal.
And 6 Israeli soldiers have described being authorized to open fire on Palestinians indiscriminately. They told Israel's Plus 972 magazine they had executed civilians who strayed into so-called no-go zones. 2 soldiers said commanders gave permission to burn Palestinian homes to the ground after they'd occupied them. One reservist recalled firing bullets into the sea or into abandoned buildings because he was bored. Oren Ziv is a journalist and commentator at Plus 972 magazine. He joins us now from Tel Aviv. Good to have you with us. So, first of all, let me ask you this, because the Israeli officials say, no, they have rules of engagement, and any violations, they're exceptions to the rule which are investigated. From your understanding of speaking to soldiers, are we talking about a few isolated incidents, or are we talking about a general standing, shall we say, operating procedure that is prevalent in the army?
Thank you for having me. First of all, it's important to say that in our investigation on 972 magazine, we spoke to 6 soldiers from different units who were serving in different times across the Gaza Strip. What we could learn from them, that the opening fire regulations were not very strict. Some of them didn't even get proper order from their commanders and from higher up. And in general, they told us, they testified that there were no limits. They could fire almost at everything. And we're talking on operation from the ground. And even when we're talking about sensitive targets, as they called it, schools, hospitals, public institutions, they said they had to ask for permission, but it was almost a bureaucratical thing, and it was always approved. They said that
attacking public institutions was always approved, and they were allowed to shoot at basically anything. That sounds
illegal.
Very
Illegal.
Wow.
A very small sense of fear or danger, you could shoot. And some of them even testified they were shooting out of being bored or just for fun, to the sky, to open areas, but also to in populated areas. As you mentioned.
Wow, my dogs. Asking Nightbot to answer what happens to people who commit war crimes is a nuanced answer, if I've ever heard one. Oh, wait, here it comes. Individuals who commit war crimes can be prosecuted by international courts like the ICC or specialized tribunals Punishments can include imprisonment or FI. Okay. I don't know what FI is. Maybe firing squad?
One of the soldiers testified that there was a red zone around the area the soldiers were positioned inside the Gaza Strip, in between houses and neighborhoods, and everybody, any Palestinian, armed or not armed, who crossed this line, it was allowed to shoot in order to kill. He said that every man between the age 15 and 50 was considered a fighter, even though if he was in civilian clothes or without weapon, he was considered a fighter or potential fighter, and was allowed to shoot in order to kill. I think
I've never heard of fines for war crimes. I have heard of firing squads, though. But could be, I suppose. No way to know. Nightbot cut themselves off. So we're just left with FI. What does FI mean in Latin again? Something about fidelity? No. Ugh, failure. Whatever. Not important. Associated Press. Actually, no. Let's go to this. We're going to end with two different topics. First, let's talk about this. The fucking Gaza aid pier. ABC News from 16 hours ago. U.S. aid pier in Gaza to shut down. Wait, I went to the wrong one. Sorry. Talk about that later. Don't have time for everything.
The Pentagon says the U.S. humanitarian pier meant to bring needed relief to Gaza will soon cease operations. Matt Rivers is in Tel Aviv for us with the latest. Good morning, Matt.
It's faithful. That's pretty close to.
Good morning, Rebecca.
This
was an incredibly costly endeavor.
Those are synonyms. I'm not mad at that. Thank you for looking that up if that's what you did.
Good morning, Matt.
Whoopsies.
Good morning, Rebecca. This was an incredibly costly endeavor for the U.S. military, a $230 million pier designed to get more aid into Gaza, but U.S. officials now basically admitting defeat because it just didn't work. The plan this week was to reattach the pier one last time in order to get the remaining aid that has been stockpiled in nearby Cyprus into Gaza, and then after that to retire this pier for good. But now a U.S. official telling ABC News they have not been able to reattach it. The U.S. now exploring other options, including land routes, to get that remaining aid in. First installed.
The way that CBS is doing this story is wild. Oh my god, they just completely ignore the obvious. It's like, oh yeah. He's acting like it's like some sort of revelation that they should try the land. Jesus Christ. Oh, these people. Journalism. Wow. Okay. Let's look a little piece of this Pentagon press conference where, who was this? Sabrina? I think it was Sabrina saying. Well, whatever. A Pentagon spokesperson was asked some questions, or one particular question I'd like us to look at, about said aid pier. Well, Sabrina, right?
Yeah. And what you saw with our forces is running towards the problem. We created a solution. We believe it was a success.
Just one other follow-up. Did
Success.
anyone at the Pentagon research summer Mediterranean sea conditions before embarking
on this project. There's a sense that you were taken completely by surprise, and in fact, the JLOTS is completely unsuitable for the conditions off the coast of Gaza.
So we are a planning organization. We have folks all around the world that operate within the Eastern Med at any given time. Of course, we are aware of the sea conditions within the Eastern Mediterranean.
Okay.
We are not shying away from the fact that there have been higher sea states that have at times disrupted delivery of aid and have made it harder to get aid in. But again, I would say to you, and on some of these questions, to do nothing would have been a failure. To be part of a solution,
oh my
that's
God.
success. And that's what you saw with our personnel.
Oh my God. Where's my toothbrush? That Sam Cedar analogy was on point. Oh, Jesus Christ. To do nothing? I mean, like, what kind of nonsense answer is that? Of the peer that did nothing. To have... like, did nothing. The peer did effectively nothing. And it is just ridiculous that she would be sitting here saying that somehow this was the solution to get on board with, and it's stupid for you to ask this question right now.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Oh God. Just, I mean, like, we all know what the answer is. Land. We've been saying it, everybody said it, all the aid organizations. Basically anyone who wasn't Israel or directly speaking on behalf of Israel said that aid needed to come in through the land crossings, which we did effectively nothing about. And yet somehow spending $300 million on a pier that never worked, which I am actually doubtful as to whether or not they did actually research what the conditions were going to be like before putting that pier there. But hey, maybe it was just a big distraction, and they knew that they know the sea conditions were bad. It's actually not that far from what I feel like is the truth. I think we all knew, including the government. It's a dumb idea. It's supposed to be just sort of this huge spectacle, and it was supposed to make us look really good, and instead it made us look really dumb. Because there's cameras everywhere, among other things. So many of these things. Okay, alright, whatever. Let's go to this last one. Oh, by the way, great job.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Oopsies, wrong thing.
Interesting. That's crazy enough to work.
There we go. Applause for you. Pat yourself on the back for having made it to the end. Democracy Now! From a day ago. Netanyahu trying to do everything to prevent a deal. This is according to ex-Israeli peace negotiator Daniel Levy.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
The Washington Post is reporting Israel and Hamas have agreed to the framework for a new ceasefire and hostage deal following talks in Cairo and Doha. Washington Post columnist David Ignatius reports a senior U.S. official told him that the parties are now, quote, negotiating details of how it will be implemented. But a final deal may not be imminent. This comes as Israel intensifies its attacks on Gaza while ordering all civilians in Gaza City to leave the city, despite having no safe place to go. The Israeli human rights group B'Tselem decried the evacuation order of the city as, quote, absolute madness.
On the diplomatic front, the Israeli newspaper Haaretz reports Israel negotiators have returned from Doha for consultations with Israeli leaders. In Doha, the Israeli negotiators met with Egyptian, Qatari, and U.S. officials. On the U.S. side, it was CIA Director William Burns. On the Israeli side, it was the head of Mossad, David Barnea. We're joined now by Daniel Levy, president of the U.S. Middle East Project, former Israeli peace negotiator, joining us from London. Thanks so much for being with us again. Can you explain what's at stake? What is this three-stage deal, Daniel?
Yes, indeed. Good to be with you. So the idea is that in the initial phase, there would be the withdrawal of the troops from large parts of Gaza, the Israeli military. You would have the release of those Israelis being held who are still alive and are not male soldiers. You would allow the real ramping up of humanitarian access. Of course, that should happen anyway. And you would have Palestinian prisoners being released. And then you would move on to a second phase where there would be a more significant Palestinian prisoner release, a full Israeli military withdrawal, the remaining soldiers would be released, and a third phase in which bodies would be returned, and there would be the start of more consummate rehabilitation efforts. But those are supposed to flow 1 to 2 to 3. The big question, and it's been the question for months, is whether you can just do phase 1 and then continue with the destruction, with everything you've been reporting on for months now. 21,000 children unaccounted for, 38,000 dead in Gaza and counting, and that's without knowing what's under the rubble. Does that continue, or are there serious commitments that this will be a permanent cessation of this kind of hostility? And here's the rub. The document is trying to create a degree of constructive ambiguity, I think. And Hamas have said, look, we know there's nothing ironclad. I'm paraphrasing, okay? We know there's nothing ironclad, but we need to know with maximum plausibility that there is a commitment to this being a permanent cessation. And what you have on every occasion is the Israeli Prime Minister stepping forward and saying, whoa, no, I am committing to continuing the war until its objectives are realized. Those objectives are unrealizable. The military knows that. The families of the hostages know that. And therefore, he is trying to do everything to prevent a deal. And what we are seeing in the reportage is, unfortunately, still a lot of unsubstantiated optimism, and from the US administration, continued deception.
So, Daniel, if you could talk about, I mean, there was renewed hope that a could be reached after Hamas.
Yeah. Sorry, we can't listen to this whole thing. Wish we could. But this carriage is turning back into a pumpkin.
Have been on the front line for an awfully long time and are rather exhausted. So the military more transparently has said that. You do have the parliament going into a summer recess. And so the hope, I think, was that Netanyahu could tell his right-wing, even more extreme than himself, coalition allies, guys, don't leave me during the summer recess. There's no urgency here. I promise you that by the time the parliament is back after the Jewish holidays in October, I'll be killing Palestinians just like I've done and just like you like me to do. We'll be fighting a war in Gaza. In the meantime, you can have fun in the West Bank, causing provocation, causing mayhem, displacing Palestinians. Don't rush to do anything crazy. And they are saying, no, we're going to bring you down. And Netanyahu is looking around, and he sees that the domestic pressure inside Israel is not a threat to his coalition stability. And crucially, he is seeing that the US administration will continue, when push comes to shove, to say, it's Hamas's fault, and they will continue to send the weapons without which Israel could not be causing this death and destruction, the 500-pound bombs released again. And he knows he has a nice little date with Congress, following the invitation by the Republican and Democratic congressional leadership on the 20th of July.
Let's talk about July 24th. Yes, Netanyahu is scheduled to address a joint session of Congress on July 24th. A number of prominent Israelis, including a former head of Mossad, a former prime minister, and a Nobel Prize winner, have written a joint op-ed in the New York Times headlined, "We are Israelis calling on Congress to disinvite Netanyahu." They argue the invitation will make a ceasefire agreement more unlikely. They write, Netanyahu's supporters in Israel will be emboldened by his appearance in Congress to insist the war continue, which will further distance any deal to secure the release of the hostages, including several U.S.
Seriously, bringing him here to speak to Congress is a reward. It's a reward for an ethnic cleansing. We should be telling him, no, you can't come to this country. The ICC wants to arrest you. The ICJ thinks you've just probably committed a genocide. And, instead, seemingly much of Congress, and certainly the administration, is all for it. And it's disgusting. And I genuinely hope that mass protests, at the very least, happen outside. But really, shouldn't be allowed in this country. Alright, we gotta keep this plane from turning into a pumpkin. Well, we have gotten through another one. It was a pleasure having all you folks here with me for the stream. That's it for me. Till I see you next. You stay glassy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. Oh, wait. I have to change it. This. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothogs, Aaron W, Mitty, Afroponics, Interplanet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoib, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show that your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do for just a few dollars a month by clicking that link in chat. A bunch of ones in chat, and I'm going to give you a very short, super secret, late night, after hours galactic gesture. Perhaps the shortest in history. Whoopsies. Just clicked the wrong thing. Oh boy. Where is it? What have I done? Oh fuck it, I'll just play this. Shall go of this classics. So many beautiful additions to this here scene from our Galactic patrons. I also want to give a quick shout out to the people who decided to resubscribe or become a new subscriber on Twitch. Really appreciate you.
Do you know what we're here for? Equal parts. Oh my God.
Illegal.
I have to have my say.
I didn't delay or do that.
Follow the which way. Oh, girl, baby girl. Uh-oh, what now?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I'm being betrayed.
Don't be creep.
Anybody? Maybe I should raid on Twitch. It's actually on my Twitch is like beautiful.
lovely. A girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes. When young and lovely, a girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each when she passes goes.
Life.